Further, clues will unfold as the session. The one who correctly wins again. No shortcuts, no copying, and definitely no phones. Let's see who is the fastest and smartest here.
Okay, sir. Taxi. I'm Mohan.
Students. Information travels faster than thought. When notification connected neurons and when brain, the most sophisticated organ known to science, is constantly adapted to digital environment surrounding us.
Today, technology shapes our daily lives. Attention spans are shrinking, digital overload is increasing, and mental stress is becoming a silent epidemic. Understanding the integration between these has become more important than ever.
With this, to the continuing medical education program on expand the Department of Physiology, Institute of Medical Science, integrated physiology in the digital era. Reboot the started brain.
Often said, the greatest discovery of a generation is that a human being can alter their life by altering their state of mind. It reminds us that the mind and body are not a separate entity, but deeply interconnected systems that continuously communicate and influence each other.
Distinguished speaker, Dr. Ravi, lecturer professor and officer in charge, Center for Consciousness Studies, Department of Neurophysiology, KRIMS, Bengaluru, who will illuminate this topic, body practices in digital era with this expertise. Please take over the stage, sir. And to invite chairperson for this session, Dr. Venkateshwar, professor at Department of Microbiology, Associate Professor and in charge HOD, Department of Biochemistry, KRIMS, Karwar.
Good morning, all. Respected dignitaries, esteemed colleagues, and dear students. It is a privilege and honor to introduce our distinguished speaker for today's session, Dr. P.M. Ravindra sir. Dr. Ravindra sir is currently serving as additional professor and head at the Center for Consciousness Studies, Department of Neurophysiology at National Institute of Mental Health and Neurosciences, Bangalore. Sir previously served as professor and head of the Department of Physiology and vice principal at Gadag Institute of Medical Sciences, Gadag, and is also honorary director of Swami Vivekananda Studies at Karnataka University. Dharwad. As a distinguished neurophysiologist, Dr. Ravindra sir has made remarkable contributions in integrating modern neuroscience with Indian psychological traditions, particularly in the fields of yoga, meditation, sleep, cognition, and consciousness. His landmark work on Vipassana meditation and sleep organization, which demonstrated age-attenuating effects through autonomic and humoral modulation, has received national award from the Association of Physiologists and Pharmacologists of India. He has also been honored with a prestigious fellowship from the Mind and Life Institute. At present, his work focuses on sleep spindle modulation and memory in vulnerable group, learning during sleep, yoga intervention in adolescent depression and insomnia, as well as understanding the Indian philosophical views in framework of neuroscience. His work extends globally through collaborations with leading institutions including the University of Wisconsin, University of Ottawa, Geiger Consciousness Group, and Emory University. He is also one of the few researchers investigating the rare and fascinating state of Tukdam in collaboration with teams from US and Russia. As an accomplished academician, he serves as a national faculty for courses in sleep and sleep medicine under Indo-US collaborative programs. As the founder and honorary director of Swami Vivekananda Study Center, Karwar, he has developed a unique curriculum on personal and professional development and open elective course. He regularly conducts seminars and workshops integrating neuroscience with Indian psychology and philosophy. Today, we are truly fortunate to have such a visionary scientist, educator, and thought leader with us. On behalf of KRIMS Karwar and organizing committee of this National CME in Physiology, I extend a warm and heartfelt welcome to you, sir. We look forward to your enlightening address, sir. Thank you. Good morning. Am I audible? Respected chairpersons, thank you for your good words. This is equal. What I speak is equal. Right. Outside, I thank Department of Physiology and Dr. Muniyappanava for this very wonderful and gracious invitation. As I was just mentioning that the only reason I accepted this invitation to come to Karwar is to honor the effort from the Department of Physiology to hold the CME in a remote place like Karwar. Because we understand the difficulties of any institution that is there in the remote places and which has a very
I personally congratulate the Department of Physiology to hold this CME that shows that the whole department headed by Dr. Munir, they care for academics, right, and they care for the knowledge exchange. I bring the greetings from Enhanced Consciousness Studies in the Department of Neurophysiology. So, just to give you the overview, what is this? So just to give you the overview, what is the Center for Consciousness Studies that we have at Enhance? It is a recognition that is given us by the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India, in recognition of 20 years of our work in the area of the contemplative neuroscience, trying to understand what is the effect of meditation on brain and the various aspects, which was initiated by my mentor, was my PhD mentor, Dr. Bindu, and subsequently after her superannuation, and I have taken over as the head of the center now. So, what I would like to do probably in the next 40 minutes is, rather than going to very specificities of what digital addiction is, what is the physiology of all those things, all the different topics are lined for throughout the day, I would like to give you the overview of what is our understanding from our work that we have done on cognition, sleep, attention, and mind wandering. And I will leave the judgment for you people to understand if any one of you are addicted to any of these digital gadgets. You please have your own inference what can happen in your brain. Okay? Rather than going to specificities or specific details. There's one of the most wonderful book is there, it's called as Man the Unknown. I recommend all the students to read this book. It is available in the market and it's very cheap. Alexis Carrel, a Nobel laureate. In his book, the first half of the book, he gives all the information about the physiology of his times, that whatever you people are reading. And the second half of the book, he gives the unknown aspects of the mind-body or the concepts of mind-body things, which is not known to or which has not much been explored in the present day science. This is called as man the unknown. So we have two aspects, man the known and the man the unknown. In his book, he gives this statement. Mind is hidden within the living matter, completely neglected by physiologists. Of course, right? I don't think so. Probably in any of our CNS lectures we have talked about mind. We have not talked about brain, yes. But is the brain and mind are the same? Still, it's $1 million question. We have no idea. If I ask you where is your mind, we cannot locate it. If I ask you where is your frontal cortex, definitely yes, we can locate it. Or if I ask you, okay, is your mind is in the frontal cortex? Again, it's a big question. We have no idea where it is. Right? So mind is hidden within the living matter, completely neglected by physiologists, economists, and almost unnoticed by physicians. The aim of civilization is the progress not of science and machinery but of mankind. This is a very big statement by Alexis Carrel in his book called as The Man the Unknown. We will try to understand why this particular statement is very, very important, which Alexis Carrel has said this. So why is that? Okay, we see what is today CME. Today CME is on integrating mind and body physiology. Is there a need of integration of mind and body? As far as our wisdom is concerned, we never distinguish between mind and body. Mind and body are like the two faces of the same coin. Just because we are trained in a one certain paradigm of to understand the biology, we neglected mind and we focus only on the anatomy and physiology, which are some of the observable phenomena. Why this whole dichotomy of mind and brain became? One thing, please, all of you understand. Any branch of science, the foundation of the branch of science is always, right? It will be laid by the philosophy. If you are getting into deep into science, right, you cannot negate philosophy at all. Suppose if you are getting into a lot of reductionistic approach to understand physiology, to understand medicine today, the foundation of that goes back to this philosopher, René Descartes, who told mind and body dualism. You focus on focus on body, don't focus on mind, because we don't know where mind is, right? We cannot dissect where the mind is. We cannot really understand the neurophysiology, neurochemistry, whatever is there of the mind. So whatever is observable, okay, for these five senses, okay, that is the science for us. The rest of the things is not science for us. This is what René Descartes gave out mind-body dualism, and this had a very, very, very strong impact for the science that we are, and also the technology and the medicine that what we are doing today. So getting into deeper into molecular things, genetics things, and try to understand both the health, disease, and the well-being from that perspective, where you have totally forgotten the mind. But today we know that as the work developed, as the research accumulated, today we know the content of my mind, my emotion, my cognition, everything affects, and it percolates down. It affects even to the cellular level. That is known today. But what is actually mind? Nobody knows. But we know it has an impact. So once this research started emerging, that your psyche has an impact on your biology, and it percolates even down till to the cellular level and even to the nuclear level, right? So there is a revised thinking. Yes, we have to focus on mind also. We cannot negate mind to understand the well-being and also to understand certain the pathological condition. So also should be our intervention. So now we are in a position to have a circular thing where we negated, we differentiated mind and body. Lot of developments and lot of contribution for the health and well-being of the mankind. Still there were certain caveats, still there were some certain limitations, because we neglected the psyche. Now again the psyche is coming back as a full circle. So with this background, what is that we are doing in Center for Consciousness Studies? We have 4 weeks. I take say couple of 2-3 minutes to try to give you emphasis that in what direction today the academia is going to understand the mind and body on well-being, and also in certain to understand the disease conditions. So in Center for Consciousness Studies, we have 2 things. Trying to integrate certain Indian philosophical ideas into neuroscience. I'll just give an example. Say for example, if you know something on Yoga Sutra, Patanjali Yoga Sutra, we have something called as Chitta Vritti. What is Chitta Vritti? He gives his steps to see that how is that you have to control your mind. You have a lot of mind wandering and you have to focus mind. You have to focus on your attention. He gives his steps. Psychological things. How we can integrate that into neuroscience. How we can understand, right, the neuroscientific aspects, taking the inspiration from Yoga Sutra. Okay, this is one aspect. The other aspect is probably is, say for example, if you read Mandukya Upanishad, where it gives the various levels of consciousness from wake to sleep to dream state, what happens in dream, what happens in deep sleep, how it is affected, how that is very important for your health and well-being, right? So those things are also there in Mandukya, and we are trying to understand, okay, what are the things that happens. So this is one link. And what is that we are doing? We are doing from both from illness to wellness spectrum. What is illness spectrum? We have carried out into four important things. One is on the adolescent depression, mild cognitive impairment, schizophrenia, right, and insomnia. Right. So one is on cognitive, one is on emotion, one is on sleep, and one is on the dissociation. Right, schizophrenia. These four disease condition and trying to understand the various aspects. And what is that okay we are doing in well-being? In trying to understand well-being is to try to understand the neural correlates of different meditation practices that is there in our country and try to understand what is the commonalities and what are the differences. Our goal is not to compare from one meditation tradition to another meditation tradition, try to understand how actually it works. And what we do, so we work with on sleep, rest, meditation tasks, right, on all these things. So what is our approach? Our approach is three approaches. If you take anything, right, my experience is always multidimensional. Whatever may be our experience, it is not a unitary experience at all. It is a multidimensional in nature. So how do we unravel those multidimensional nature of experience? And most important is, what is the role of mind-body harmony in our well-being? How do we approach? And also, we are into novel technology development. We are working in two important things in the technology development is to bring about, say, certain wearable technology as far as the sleep health is concerned. And projects, right, in the area of neurosciences, how physical information is getting integrated by students. So for me, if I were to say mind body integration or maybe brain body integration, we used to say that all these days, right, neuroscience or cause of brain center. What happens to alpha, what happens to beta, what happens to cortex, and all this. Everything of the brain. But now the whole scenario is gradually shifting. It is not that it is now how the homeostasis that is maintained physiologically, that information is carried in your brain and how that information is produced. Okay. To understand attention. If somebody is connected to anything, including digital, how this is connected. Okay. Right. Coming back to the scan. This is very important. Intellectual goal is augmented by the highlight of precise reasoning, study of logic, mathematical language, mental discipline, complete and deep observation. Focus on the improved forms. And here, on the contrary, incomplete and superficial observation, advanced succession of information, multiplicity of images, intellectual discipline. He never needs intellectual development. He needs intellectual discipline. There is a difference between intellectual development and how do you navigate these biological things in a proper direction. For that to happen in a very disciplined manner, Alexis Carrel gives the contrary habits. That is, if we have an incomplete and superficial observation, rapid succession of impression, multiplicity of images, lack these things. Now, please try to understand these behaviors with what we do in our day-to-day life. It can be in your reels, it can be your WhatsApp, or it can be even a simple, say 200, 300 channels, the way that we watched TV today. With every 30 seconds, one minute, going browsing around the channels, right? So what is that we get? We get a multiplicity of images. When we get those multiplicity of images, when it's bombarded by neural network, right? You are not allowing the predictive processing of the brain to predict, okay, what will be the outcome at all. So all those things will be a noise, right? And it goes for waste. Therefore, with our experience, you can see that whenever we go through the reels or maybe browsing the channels, right, in the TV or there, wherever it is, we may feel very happy. Yes, that is one of the motivation. But do you remember anything? Do you inferred anything from these rapid succession of images that it is bombarded on a neural network? Even it can be 15 minutes or half an hour, right? You just introspect by yourself. You say, yeah, I saw everything, but I didn't infer anything from it. There was no inference. You could not able to summarize all the things together and tell, okay, this is the summary of my half an hour of seeing the reels or half an hour seeing the multiple TV channels or whatever it is. Why it doesn't happen? It doesn't happen because you have a rapid succession of images that happens to your brain networks, right? And brain fails to predict. And what is that prediction? I'll come to that little later. So with this, right? So what is the prevalence of all addiction throughout the globe? And this is in India, around 36%, right? In one or the other way of digital addiction, all of us we have. And what is the hypothesis that we have? The common thing, whoever has got the compulsive habit to have into digital addiction, reels and all those things, these are the common things. Insomnia, anxiety and depression. Then they overlap with each other. Okay? Now, what is the common mechanism in which your insomnia, anxiety, depression, okay, they overlap? Your dopamine and serotonin pathway, both of the things, but one important psychological or the behavioral aspect that is related to your serotonin and dopamine system is your impaired self-awareness. When we develop this particular impairment of my self-awareness, because of my repeated addictive behavior, whatever may be the addiction, your digital is one of the way, right? Even your the other pharmacological agents, psychopharmacological agents is another way of getting an addiction. Tobacco is one way of addiction, and alcohol is another way of addiction. Similarly, digital is one way of addiction. In any of these addictions, right, you have an impaired self-awareness. Okay? Now I'll come. Now, when we have this impaired self-awareness, what is that is going to happen? Two things. Number one, impairment in self-awareness is expressed as excessive mind wandering. Now, what do you mean by mind wandering? See, if you look at this, okay, so we are working extensively here on mind wandering. Try to understand what actually mind wandering is. This is what I told, getting inspiration from Patanjali Yoga Sutras is Chitta Vritti Nirodha. How do you channelize the content of your mind and the focus, and what is the neural network of that? So if you look at, see, this is the normal the distribution of your variations in the thoughts, right? Now, what do you mean by mind wandering? So suppose you start, say, reading, say, general physiology chapter, right? So you will read, say, for 15-20 minutes, and without your notice, what will happen? Your mind will go to home, your mind will go to your fiancé, mind will go to dinner, mind will go to movie, somewhere here and there, everywhere it is. Suddenly you no, gender physiology, and you bring back your mind to gender physiology. And what did you read for the next previous one page? You don't remember. Again you start reading from the say first line, and you will read for another 10 minutes without your notice again. Okay, it goes everywhere. Again, no. Gender physiology and get back. Right? That is mind wandering. Okay. So you have this normal type of this mind wandering. Okay. Now, if this mind wandering, right, gets into skewed towards, right, it is skewed towards one negative content, fixes onto that, right, we call it as rumination, which is a risk factor for your depression. The same mind wandering, which is skewed towards the other side, right? Your mind wandering is on one idea, but you have a multiple thoughts on one idea. You got it? That leads to your creativity. Try to understand this. Your mind wandering, multiple hundred thoughts, no output. Your mind wandering is on one idea, but on multiple thoughts, creativity. But your mind wandering is fixed on to one negative thought, rumination. You get into ruminating idea, you get into depression, it's a risk factor. You get into a creative, if you want to get into more, what is creativity, that will be also skewed, but that your content, your mind will be one idea but multiple thoughts. Okay? Is it clear? Now, with digital addiction, any type of addiction, what is that it can happen? It can, the thing that will happen is, I'll explain in the next slide, the flexibility of shifting of your neural network from one network to another network, it becomes more and more rigid. Now, what are those networks? So your networks are, so you want to focus, then immediately you have a mind wandering, then you become aware, no, I have to bring back my mind back, then again you shift, again you start focusing. You understood this cycle? This cycle is associated with the interaction of three networks. Number one is called as default mode network. Default mode network is a huge network right in my brain, which is defaultly active, right, which probably doesn't need any external stimuli to be triggered. Okay? See, when you start mind wandering, was there any external trigger for you to trigger to the mind wandering? No. Naturally it happens. Right? And of course, you will have the mind wandering. Then when you consciously become aware of this, oh no, I am mind wandering. Let me bring back my mind back to the focus of whatever that I want to study. You have what is called as the salience, salience network. What is that salience? Salience is whenever there is a new information, whether it can be external information or your own internally generated thoughts or the internally generated information, you want to focus, right? You have a salience network. And when you recognize that salience network and you have to shift back to whatever the focus that you are supposed to do, right? Then you have the executive network. So always, whatever may be the cognitive task or the emotional task that we are engaged in, there will be an interaction of all these three networks. The flexibility of these three networks is what determines your well-being. If the flexibility in these networks, it becomes very rigid, and when we start focusing only on one particular thought, and when we lose our metacognitive capability to recognize that and shift the focus, then comes the problem. Okay? Now, any of your addiction, the flexibility in these three networks is going to come down. So you are fixated to one thing, right? and you lose the flexibility. And when you lose the flexibility, it means that you lose your mental resiliency, so also your neural network resilience. Now, when this resiliency is lost, which is the one important thing, or the area of the network that loses, it becomes functionally impaired into your frontal cortex or the prefrontal cortex. And the maturity of your prefrontal cortex, especially in the developmental age of your age group, is very, very important for two important of your behavior. Number one, you have something called as emotional reaction, and you have something called as emotional response. Your emotional reaction is different, and your emotional response is different. What do you mean by your emotional response? Any emotional stimuli that triggers your limbic or your amygdala, and if that information goes to your prefrontal cortex, right, and then comes back, it will be a response. Okay? Now, for these emotional information to get into your prefrontal cortex or your frontal cortical areas, right, should be biologically fit enough to process that particular information. If your frontal cortical, the biological network, okay, is not being very matured enough, functional connectivity is not matured enough, your emotional input that comes, right, your output will not go through your cortex, it comes back, right, from the amygdala, right, it will be your emotional reaction. So, if you want to have that emotional resiliency, if you want to have that emotional response, so what is that we are supposed to have? We should build up the biological capability of my frontal cortex. Okay? Fine? Now, when we are into reels, when we are into digital thing, there is not much work for my frontal cortex. Why? Because whatever the feel good that I get by looking at the reels or whatever it is, right? It is the response from my subcortical level, not at my cortical level, right? And if it becomes a regular habit and getting it in addiction, right? All my reward pathways, which is localized to my subcortical network, will be active, but the modulation of that from my higher cortical network is not going to happen. So therefore, if we want to have a good emotional resiliency, emotional flexibility, I have to develop my biological capability of my cortical network. So what is the one way to do it? One way, of course, is the regular practice of meditation is definitely going to increase the network of your frontal cortex. So it has been clearly shown that your gray matter, right, when you do a meditation, it is going to increase its size and also the connectivity. And why this is important? This is very important, okay, for all the students over here, is because in your age, right, in your age, your frontal cortex is, okay, will be peak at its development biologically, and this is the very critical period where, okay, all these skills have been developed, like impulse control, planning, decision making. So all those things, okay, will start say from 12 to 20 years, okay, 21 years, which is in tune with the development of your frontal cortex that is happening. And we have to develop our lifestyle which is conducive to accelerate the development that is going to happen in my frontal cortex. So for which, right, your yoga or meditation and pranayama is definitely going to be very helpful, which I will come to that later. Okay. So what was the common psychological thing which I told, which lacks in all the addiction, including the digital addiction, is self-awareness. Self-awareness is the emotional style. So we have these 6 emotional styles, which was developed by Dr. Davidson, who is one of our collaborators. What does it mean? It means that all of us who are here, psychologically and from affective neuroscience perspective, we can be classified into different permutations and combinations of these emotional styles that we have. These are 6 emotional styles. Is this the whole and soul of emotional style? No. There could be so many other emotional styles. But why only these 6 has been categorized? Because the neural circuitry associated with these 6 emotional styles is very well defined. We know that. Okay? And there are, right, the practices, right, yoga and meditation related practices where we can develop these emotional styles. So once I develop these emotional styles, what does it mean? I am strengthening those particular neural circuitry that is there in my, in that particular neural circuitry. So these are the 6 emotional styles. One is self-awareness. The second is attention. About all these emotional styles, these 2, self-awareness and attention, they play a very, very important role, which we are going to lose in any type of addiction, digital addiction or whatever it is. We are going to lose attention and we are going to lose our self-awareness. Okay? Now, all these, now what I mentioned is about related to brain, right? Now, where is the body? 2 important things. One of the cognitive theory is where we all these studies, okay, you have a stimuli that is coming, how that response happens, different visual network, auditory network, that, this and everything, and what is the output. Okay? Stimuli, network, output. So you had only external input or the and the neural changes correspondingly. But what we forgot that whenever I am getting a external input, there are also my bodily changes that happens, and these bodily changes is also represented or it is reflected in my neural network. Got it? That bodily changes is also going to affect the quality of my perception. What does it mean? It means, say for example, I will give a very simple example. Say you have one specific stimuli, you are in a very stressful state, the way you perceive that particular stimuli will be different. Or suppose say you have say 10-15 minutes of some say deep breathing intervention, the same stimuli, the way you perceive that stimuli, the quality will be different. Why? Because I have changed my bodily state. It's simple of my deep breathing practice. So when I shift my homeostatic set point, right, from which is from the stress level to a non-stress level or reduced stress level, right, the information, the same amount of information, the same type of information that is processed in my neural network will be in a different way. Why it will be in a different way? Because my homocytic signal, okay, that is there in my body, the way it influences my neural network, it influences my neural network, and that in turn will influence the way I perceive my external information. So, it is not only that we perceive from our 5 senses, you have one more, your interoceptive senses that goes and it activates your neural network. So this is what we have neglected this, right? Now there are emerging evidences to tell that, right? Say for example, the commonest thing is a gut-brain axis, which is very much prevalent in the literature at this point of time, right? But otherwise, we have so many other things, okay, it is coming up, which tells that my bodily state will be state, and for which behaviors and so many other things is very, very important. So one important thing is structure that is present probably in the interoceptive which maps my homeostatic state in my brain is insula. So we have three important things: insula, anterior cingulate, and frontal cortex. This is a triangle. So what is the insula? Insula maps my homeostatic state. And what anterior cingulate do? Anterior cingulate is a hub of your self-regulation. I told you about your self-awareness. Your anterior cingulate is a hub of your self-regulation where your cognitive information and your emotional information get integrated in anterior cingulate. So you should have a wonderful connection between your insula, anterior cingulate, and the frontal cortex, okay, for you to develop the self-awareness. And if you develop the self-awareness, you will get a self-regulatory capability also. Okay? Right. So, how the sensory representation is there in insula? Okay. I mean, this is there in the literature. You can just read, right? Various types of emotion, various types of, your homeostatic mapping. So, how is that? Okay, it happens throughout the insula from anterior to or posterior to anterior side, and this has a important effect on the anterior cingulate and also onto the frontal cortex. Now, if I want to increase the mapping of the bodily information or my homeostasis, if I want to change my homeostatic state, okay, to the optimal level, say from the stress level, and it needs to be mapped in the insula, what is the best way to do it, right? Of course, you should have physical activity, exercise, yoga, and all those things. But one of the best way is the way you breathe. Breathing plays an important role. Breathing is not just a respiratory physiology. Apart from respiratory physiology, there is a lot of neuroscience that happens in breathing. Not in your oral breathing, but in your nostril breathing. So when you have something of the breathing, right? Has a direct impact on your limbic cortex, it has an impact on your anterior cingulate, it has an impact on your insula, and also it has an impact on your frontal cortex. Now, which are the areas of the brain in which these, the way we breathe, they get integrated? You see, these are all the areas. You can see all the green color. These are the specific areas, not only at respiratory center, you have integration of this breathing, right? In your premotor, motor, insula, anterior cingulate, right? All these things, this information, gets integrated. And this coupling between your respiration and your neural network strengthens the specific circuitry. One of the specific circuitry is your self-awareness, which I told you. How do we develop that self-awareness? Three networks: insula, anterior cingulate, and frontal cortex. How do I activate that? I am going to activate my visceral. How do I do that? Of course, like I told you, exercise, okay, yoga, asana, all those things helps. But very well explained, okay, is the way to do. So therefore, the practice, right? Okay, all your pranayama practices is going to help you with this. Of course, so this is our data where we showed that with all these practices, how depression score significantly comes down as an add-on intervention upon the pharmacological agents, right? Not only this, right? The connectivity between your insula and your frontal cortex with this is going to increase. So we have seen that there is a significant correlation between you strengthen the connectivity between your insula prefrontal cortex, and correspondingly your differentiation score is going to come. And what will happen to other emotional styles in these patients? Their self-awareness is increased, their attention is increased. Who are these people? They are adolescent depressive patients. Plus or minus 2-3 years of your age. That's all. Right? Of all these, right? We had around 80 patients. Of these 80 patients, 50% of them they had a mobile. It was there. Okay, of course, there was so many other contributory factors for their depression and all this, but it was there. Okay. Now, let's skip all these things and yeah. Now I'm just briefly want to just core area of ours is of sleep. I want to just tell you how the sleep can influence. Yes, sleep is very important. All of us we know, and it has multiple factors which can influence sleep. And sleep quality is the most neglected thing. Again, the way we have neglected the mind in our academia, we have also neglected sleep. Right? Maybe 2-page neurophysiology textbook, sleep, NREM sleep, NM sleep. Now I don't know what is the textbook. Is it N1, N2, N3 or S1, S2, S3, S4? Whatever the classification of it that given to the sleep. And how it happens? 2 marks question, 5 marks question. Okay, khatam ho gaya. Bas. Okay. But for our own experience, for all these 4 pillars of well-being, exercise, stress management, nutrition, social health, my adequate sleep is very, very important. With all our digital addiction, what is going to, what is that? The first it is going to alter is my sleep. Why it is going to alter? If time permits, let me see if I can explain it. So you know this about sleep, right? You have N1, N2. This is the NREM sleep. N1, N2 and N3 is your deep sleep state. Then you go for REM sleep and its cycle it continues. Okay? And the whole brain is involved in the generation of sleep. Though we have sleep promoting centers and wake promoting centers, as in wake promoting nucleus group and the sleep promoting nuclear groups, right? But it's not the whole and sole function of those nuclear groups which generate sleep and various stages of sleep, but the whole brain is involved in various functions of sleep that is going to come. The other important thing, which just a general thing, how much sleep is needed. Literature tells, okay, you need around 6 to 8 hours of sleep. That's fine as an average. But the concept at this point of time is called enough sleep. Now, what do you mean by enough sleep? When I get up in the morning, I should feel fresh, and sleep should not intrude to my day-to-day activity. To have this, what is the amount of sleep that I need? That is enough sleep for me. For me, it can be 8 hours. For somebody, it can be 6 hours. For somebody, it can be 10 hours. Okay, so it's up to you people to categorize what is enough sleep for you people. Okay, fine. Now, we are getting into a sleep deprived society. All of this, okay, we are aware of this for the various reasons, professional reason, okay, personal reasons, and also the recreational reasons. Okay, we are getting into sleep deprived society. And how much is the sleep deprivation that is happening? So, at an average, right, 1 to 1.5 to 2 hours of night of sleep, okay, of an individual per year is getting reduced. Means that what? It means irrespective of the reason, a professional reason or a personal reason or a recreational reason, especially in the adolescent and adult age group, okay, we are losing over 2 hours of sleep per night every year on an average. It means a lot. It means a lot. And one of the reasons definitely is, right, when we go to bed, room is dark, house is dark, right? We switch on our mobile, we browse, we chat, right? And we will disturb our own sleep. Okay, I try to tell why this happens. So we are getting into insufficient sleep syndrome society, which is, we know that it is a potential risk for all physical and the mental illness. Okay. Now, so we did one survey in the COVID, and it was published in Sleep Medicine, and we found that it's a very large survey. It tells that people who were deprived of sleep, they suffer from COVID a lot, not the people who. So sleep deprivation was one of the risk factors for suffering from the COVID. Why it happens? It happens because during my deep sleep state or the slow sleep state, the sleep state where my immunological response to an antigen. So the antigen was converted to memory cells. So it happens in a deep sleep state, because in that deep sleep state, right, a conducive physiological atmosphere is created. What happens? Like growth hormone surge, it is an anabolic state. All my sympathetic activity, it comes down. Cortisol is going to come down, right? It is completely, deeply restful state that happens, right, in my in deep sleep state, where my memory cells are created. Now, when I deprive of my deep sleep state, right, I'm compromising for my immunity. When I compromise for my immunity, then subsequently, right, when I expose to the same stressor or to the antigen, I'm going to naturally get a suffer from the infection. I don't want to go into these details. Another important thing. So we have found that my deep sleep state is proportionate to two important hormones. Number one, less amount of cortisol. Correspondingly, there should be an increase in DHA, dehydroepiandrosterone. Now, whenever my cortisol increases, as an antidote of that cortisol, my DHA should also increase. If this resiliency, physiological resiliency is lost, when just my cortisol increases and it sustains for a long period of time, it is a cause for my chronic stress that happens. Okay, so in sleep it happens. In sleep, my cortisol increases, especially in my REM sleep state, the early morning state. It's just like anything, but correspondingly, if I am fit and healthy, and we have shown that this is the data from the meditators, even in the old age, right? Increase in the cortisol, there is a parallel increase in DHEA, and this DHEA is proportionate to my slow sleep. If my DHEA is not, antidote, my cortisol is not secreted as a DHEA, right? Definitely there will be fragmented sleep disturbance, right? And in turn, loss of stable sleep fragmentation has its own consequences. And the other important is, right? So you can see here. So this is our DHEA and the correlation with slow sleep, and this is our another paper where there is an increase in the melatonin. Why melatonin is important? Of course, you take any good thing, melatonin comes and say, hi, I am here. It is anti-aging, anti-stress, antidote, anything which is good. It says melatonin, says hi, I am here. Melatonin, I am here. Okay? Now, in the night, room is dark, house is dark, strong light from my cell phone is hitting my retina. What will happen? What will happen? Definitely your melatonin is going, it comes down. When melatonin comes down, right, all its positive beneficial effect, okay, that you can see over here, right, it is going to impair. Now, my nocturnal melatonin levels has an effect on my physiological functions even during the daytime also. It is not melatonin is only during night time, but the level of my melatonin during night, right, has some beneficial activity even during my daytime. So when I suppress my melatonin because of my bright light exposure during night, right, I will lose my sleep. Not only losing of my sleep, right, all the beneficial effect that I need to get because of this melatonin surge for my daytime, it can be antioxidant, right, it can be there are so many other beneficial effect of it. It's not very clear. Okay, you can see here all those things. Okay, it's going to get impact. Now, what is that? Okay, that we have observed. We have observed that people who regularly meditate, they walk with high melatonin levels. So this is what this previous graphs which I showed you, right? So very high melatonin levels. Okay. So our exposure to bright light when we get into sleep, what is the fundamental thing that happens? It shifts like circadian activity. One day, today, nothing is going to happen. But if it becomes a habit, what are the things that can happen? So when you have this alignment of circadian, these are light at night, okay, sleep during daytime, food intake at night. So these are all the things where I have a circadian misalignment. When I have the circadian misalignment, right, all these things, you get depression, you get insomnia, you get metabolic syndrome, you get obesity, adiposity, all those things is going to happen. So my digital addiction, my exposure to bright light, it's not only psychological effect, right? It has a tremendous adverse influence, even by physiology, which can lead to as a risk factor of the development of the disorders. Another important thing, which also I wanted to tell you, just a food for thought. Do you think that we can learn during sleep? Does the brain has a capability to learn during sleep? Yes or no? Huh? Yes? Do you have evidence for that? We have evidence for that. Sleeping brain is not a passive state. Your sleeping brain has a lot of potential, right, which can learn the new information. So don't be deprived of sleep. Another important function of your sleep is, right, memory conservation. Whatever that we have learned during our daytime, if it needs to be get into the hippocampal frontal network, get into the hippocampus for the storage as a memory, it should happen during sleep. It is not during your daytime. So don't be deprived of sleep. So one of the fundamental things, okay, that happens with our, of course, this is one of our experiments to tell about what we can learn during sleep. And one of the latest paper, tells that sleep also can be one of the modalities for de-addiction. Okay, this paper is about tobacco de-addiction, but I am not about the digital de-addiction, whether it's possible to be. But yes, a single exposure, okay, for antidote for a tobacco addiction during sleep, the patient learns a new information during sleep without his awareness, and when he gets up in the morning, he developed an aversion for tobacco, and that aversion he sustains for 10 days. As a single exposure. And patient is, and the subject is not aware of this. Okay. So again the question comes there. High question. What is learning? What is attention? Can we learn without attention? So these are some of the things that we get. Of course, we are dealing for all these things, and these are the recent visit to His Holiness, who really expressed many things. And we collaborate with many well-known people across the globe with various of these aspects. So this is what just I wanted to share with you, and probably one important thing for all students over here about sleep hygiene. If you want to have a good sleep, we have something called a sleep hygiene. So you have exercise hygiene, you have a nutrition hygiene, you have something called sleep hygiene. So what, and by this time I think very briefly I have convinced you the importance of sleep. Okay. If you want to have a good sleep, what should be your sleep hygiene practices? So your sleep hygiene, these are all the things that you should have to have a sleep hygiene. Number one, keep your sleep time and the wake up time constant. Okay. Now, for various reasons, there can be a delay in your sleep time, but see that your wake time is the same. Okay. If your sleep time is at 11 o'clock, wake up time is at 6 o'clock, for some reason you have slept 2 in the midnight, but still get up at 6 o'clock. Right? There are so many other factors which can take care of this, called as homeostatic factors, which can take care of the other things. Number one. Number two, have a conducive atmosphere to sleep. Temperature comfortable, dark room, right? Of course, without mobile, you have to go to sleep. Number three, avoid coffee, tea, carbonated drinks, right? After late in the evening, it is not good for sleep. Most important, alcohol is not good for sleep. It is a misconception. Okay? Alcohol can make you drowsy, it can get into your N1 and N2, it doesn't lead to your deep sleep state at all. It has a very short half-life. You use your bathroom 2 or 3 hours, you urinate, then you get up and then you don't get sleep. Right? And other important thing, late night dinner is not good for sleep. Don't have a late night dinner because your sleep, your metabolism is entirely related. Late night dinner is not good for sleep. Late night heavy exercise is not good for sleep. Especially in Bangalore, we can see people running on treadmill in the gym even at 9:30, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock in the night. Right? But it is not good for sleep. Half an hour before your sleep time, please shut off your mobile, shut off your all electronic gadgets, right? Prepare yourself to get into a sleep mode. Okay. How do you prepare? Two important things. Number one, if you can have a warm water shower, it's very good. And warm water shower, especially before going to sleep, is highly recommended for geriatric age group because my core body temperature and my sleep are related to each other. When I have an altered core body temperature regulation, which is a natural consequence of aging, when I have a warm water shower or when I dip my lower limb and upper limb at least for 20 minutes in a comfortable warm water, vasodilatation, heat desiccation, dip in my core body temperature, it facilitates sleep. Banana and a glass of milk is good for sleep because it has tryptophan and serotonin, which are the precursor molecules for your melatonin. Okay? And yeah. Then how do you, of course, then how do you psychologically prepare for your sleep? With deep breathing, soft music, or maybe very, very light reading is really it will facilitate for you to go to sleep. Okay? Now, one of the important habits, right, to cut your digital habit is don't getting into browsing mode before getting into sleep. Okay? It has a two advantage. It will facilitate you to get into sleep and it breaks the cycle, okay, of your addictiveness. Okay, this is what I wanted to share with some of our experiences and what we do in Center for Consciousness Studies at Enhance. Thank you very much.
From the Insights of Alexis Carrel in Man Dano to the time system of the Yoga Sutra of Patanjali. Exploration of the multi-dimension of awareness along with mind wandering, rumination, creativity, sleep, and the growing challenge of digital addiction gave us holistic perspective of the human mind. You reminded us that human being is not merely a biological entity, but a multi-dimensional consciousness wants to be understood. We are grateful to have you here, sir. To express our gratitude, I request chairpersons to present the memorandum for our distinguished speaker.
Thank you, sir, for your wonderful presentation. You have taken us like a trial regarding mind and body, how the body reacts to our stimulus, and how the brain and the interaction occurs when something the reflex or the stimulus comes to us. And let us develop all of us our frontal cortex, give some work to the frontal cortex rather just mechanically doing the things. And let us switch on to the sleep modes. Sir, what are the points that he has told? So thank you, sir, for your wonderful presentation. Let us follow all the tips what sir has given. I hope everybody follows these tips for better health. Thank you. If you, the audience, have any questions, please, it is open for discussion. Anybody? Any questions? Sir, I have one question, sir, for you. Actually, the kids usually they have a habit of just sitting hours together with the mobiles. Okay, they are more comfortable. So how to get rid of this habit? Because once they give the mobile, they will not just come out of that. So any tips for this, sir?
I'm not a professional psychologist to give a structured answer for this. But the general thing is, I think we have to break that particular cycle, okay, of getting up a habit and also with that of a reward. So at NIMHAS we have what is called a shut clinic. Probably I think you would have seen in the newspaper also. Specialized clinic with all where we also contribute our mind to understand the neuroscience of that is called SFUT Shut Clinic. And according to Shut Clinic, so they have recommended that to break this particular cycle of habit of getting into digital and the reward. So initially to get out of seeing the mobile and all those things, okay, it will not be really rewarding. So there will be that rebellious, okay, will be there. So they have recommended something that should be in a staggered way. Now what do you mean by in a staggered way? Suppose, okay, my son is there, 2 hours is there in the house and he wants to see the mobile. It is not that all the 2 hours, okay, I give an access for him to mobile. So he will tell, okay, you have an access to mobile for say 10-15 minutes. Okay, take a break, engage in some other activity, say for next say a couple of minutes, and if possible again you can have an access to that mobile, so that now this continuous observing of the mobile and the breaking that you break that particular cycle. So they have developed say this particular behavioral module which appears to be quite say successful. So not only in the clinic, so from NIMHANS, from Shut Clinic, what they do is we have this awareness program in Lal Park, Open Park, okay, and with the people who jog, so we go there, okay, we accommodate the people and we educate them. So this is the way, this is the way, this is the way to do it, and also train the parents and kids also in this regard where So you take a break in between, and then if at all if fit wants, okay, then you can have. So these breaks are important. Is what the recommendation from the Shat clinic. I mean, it is not my recommendation because I am not an expert in that.
Your personal opinion, because you are in this field maybe quite long time, what is your personal, very personal, not very strict, don't do this one.
So very personal is not public. Yeah.
Alright, so most of the researches are done. You mentioned about melancholy.
Yeah.
Yes, I just share a small thing. Before that, I want to ask you one thing. What do you think, what is the minimum number of sleep hours required?
Yeah, so that's what I mentioned in.
Because your answer was very good, because a person has to select himself, right, on that. What is the minimum?
See, that's what I gave you the two concepts. One is the average around 6 to 8 hours of according to literature.
Yeah.
Right? Another is the enough sleep.
Yes, sir. Second
Right.
one, enough sleep. Yes.
Now, enough sleep is what, as a person, that I need to decide. Okay. So when if I say sleep around 8 hours in the night, and when I get up in the morning, when I feel fresh, and sleep is not including my day activity. Okay, for that, for me it is 8 hours. So it is a trial and error method for everyone should follow that.
What
Right.
would be the baseline?
No, baseline to understand what enough sleep
What
is.
would be the minimum hours?
Minimum hours is 6. 6 is the minimum. 6 is the minimum.
Now, I just want to ask you, some of these yogis, in the present day situation, you have one Sadhguru. So he sleeps only for 5 hours. That is true also. There are many such yogis, because of maybe this meditation practice and all, they might have reached much lesser than that, but there is a longevity time. This is the reason I just talked
Yeah.
about.
Yeah, so many people will ask me this question that many people who practice regular meditation with they sleep less and all those things. Yeah, it could be the fact, so we don't know, but I will take that in a pinch of salt. But they never give us the data, but do they map or not? Okay, if somebody tells I sleep only 4 hours or 5 hours in the night, okay, the next question we should ask is, do you nap in the day? If they are napping in the day for another 1 hour or 1.5 hours, then no. No. See, meditation can really bring about a good quality of sleep. Okay, we have reproducibly we have produced those papers. Number one, but with our experience, right, it does not reduce the duration of night sleep. No, but your sleep structure is regularized. Your sleep is stable, and your age-associated changes that can happen in the sleep is significantly less.
Thank you. And one extra point from my side about melatonin, what you said, you're not on. Actually, those days, I am quite an old man. In 89, I started some work on melatonin, wherein you are Indus Medicus and Cumulus Indus are the only two. This one, there are no internet. I communicated with Guyton, Mississippi Road, and they said, we talked about pineal research. They said, in our field, we are not doing anything of that will come back. They communicated properly. Then there was one person in that Mississippi, he came back to KMC, Milpa, and we started melatonin work. He said, let us start. Same house. Same biochemistry, I think he made it. That's a different man. We started. Alright? No literature on pineal or melatonin. There are absolutely no research. No journals available. After some time, some pineal research review started. Okay, I think you'll be aware of. This is it. Then we have to get the drug for analysis. You said no, the indoor group of pineal. Correct. So we wrote to Sigma. It was not commercially available. Sigma we wrote, and you have to pay so much in dollars. No research funding here, no support, nothing. About $50 you sent, got the first sample, spectrometric analysis with biochemical lab, that indoor group, everything, we have brought. So that's how we stopped. But I was questioning what's happening like that. Later, a lot of work was done, and they first commercial production by the trade name Zytonin. Zytonin, that was the first commercial production. Now it's available in various brands. This is used for jet lag, circadian correction. Jet lag, this is the only drug, I think, as a physiologist, I may not authorized to talk. Yeah, that is the one. Zytonin and other brands are available. That's used for the circadian rhythm. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. If no more questions, we conclude the session. Once again, I thank sir.
Password.
Password.
Now I request our respected Dean and Director, Dr. Purnima Artima, to present memento for our distinguished speaker as a token of appreciation. And I also express my gratitude for the chairpersons for their guidance and presence. So I request Dr. Mullapranath sir to present mementos for chairpersons. Let us proceed to the inauguration ceremony and officially begin today's program. Now I request our respected dignitaries to kindly grace
ಸಾಯಿ
the
ಪ್ರಸಾದ್ ಕರ್ತಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ
stage.
ಮನೆ ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ ಸಾಯಿ ಪ್ರಸಾದ್ ಸಾಕು ಒಂದೇ ಫೋಟೋ ಅದಂತ
ಆ ಲ್ಯಾಂಪ್ ಮುಂದೆ ಹೋಗ್ತೀನಿ ಓಕೆ ಕೂತ್ಕೊ
And I also request all the resource persons to grace the stage.
ಇರಲಿ ಬಿಡೋದು
ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಹಿಂದಕ್ಕೆ ಬಾ, ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ
ಇದು ಎತ್ಕೊ
ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಹಿಂದಕ್ಕೆ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಇಡಿ ಸಾಕು, ಎಲ್ಲ ಬರುತ್ತೆ,
ಇದ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಇಟ್ಬಿಡೋಣ
ಕ್ಯಾಪ್ಚರ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ.
What controls our heartbeat when we are
ಪರ್ಫೆಕ್ಟು
afraid?
What calms our breathing when we feel peace?
What makes the body
ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ರಾ?
tremble under stress and heal under hope? It is none other than powerful connection between the mind and body.
We live in a world where our phones rarely sleep, our screens never rest, and our minds are constantly stimulated. From the moment we wake up until we fall asleep, our brains are continuously exposed to digital notifications, social media interactions, overload information, and multitasking demands.
We agree, technology has undoubtedly advanced medicine and everything, but it has also created new challenges including attention fragmentation, cognitive fatigue, sleep disturbance, and emotional stress. The father of modern physiology, Claude Burnett said, the constancy of internal environment is the condition for free and independent life. Maintaining this internal balance has become increasingly challenging nowadays.
This CME has been organized with the objectives of exploring how modern digital lifestyle influence physiological processes, particularly involving brain, emotions, cognition, and overall health.
On behalf of the Department of Physiology, Karwar Institute of Medical Sciences, it is my privilege to extend a warm and heartfelt welcome to everyone present here.
Start with the God and everything else fall into place. Let's start this auspicious moment by seeking divine blessings. Identify first year MBBS students for prayer song.
ಈಗ ಆ ಕಡೆ ಫೋಕಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಝೂಮ್ ಮಾಡಿ
ಮಾತೆ ಪೂಜಕ ನಾನು ಎನ್ನಯ ಶಿರವನಿಡುವೆನು ಅಡಿ ನಿನ್ನ ಕೀರ್ತಿಯು ಜಗದಿ ಮೆರೆಯಲಿ ಒಂದೇ ಆಸೆ ಎಡರು ತೊಡರುಗಳೆಲ್ಲ ತುಳಿಯುತ್ತ ಮುಂದೆ ನುಗ್ಗುವೆ ಭರದಲ್ಲಿ ನಿನ್ನ ನಾಮ ನಿನಾದವಾಗಲಿ ಶ್ರಮಿಪೆನಾ ಪ್ರತಿ ಕ್ಷಣದಲ್ಲಿ ನಿನ್ನ ಗೌರವ ಕೆದುರು ಬರುವ ಬಲವ ಮುರಿವೆನು ಛಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಜಗದ ಜನನಿ ಭಾರತ ಇದ ಕೇಳಿ ನಲಿಯುವೆ ಮನದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತೆ ಪೂಜಕ ನಾನು ಎನ್ನಯ ಶಿರವನಿಡುವೆನು ಮಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಗುತ್ತ ನಲಿಯುವ ನಿನ್ನ ವದನವ ನೋಡಿ ನಲಿಯುವುದೆನ್ನದೆ ನಿನ್ನ ದುಃಖಿತ ವದನ ವೀಕ್ಷಿಸಿ ಸಿರಿಯುವುದೆನ್ನಯ ಹೃದಯವು ನಿನ್ನ ಮುಖದಲ್ಲಿ ಗೆಲುವು ತರಲು ನೀರುಗೈಯುವೆ ರಕ್ತವ ನಿನ್ನ ಕಣ ಕಣ ತೇದು ಬಸಿಯುವೆ ಪೂರ್ಣ ಜೀವನ ಶಕ್ತಿಯ ಮಾತೆ ಪೂಜಕ ನಾನು ಎನ್ನಯ ಶಿರವನಿಡುವೆನು ಬಡಿಯಲು ನಿನ್ನ ಕೀರ್ತಿಯು ಜಗದಿ ಮೆರೆಯಲಿ ಒಂದೇ ಆಸೆಯು ಮನದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದೇ ಆಸೆಯು ಮನದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದೇ ಆಸೆಯು ಮನದಲ್ಲಿ.
Thank you, first year students, for your invoking peace, harmony, and blessings through your prayer song. Now, I request our respected dignitaries on the stage to kindly proceed for the ceremonial lighting of the lamp.
ಝೂಮ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಡೌನ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾ
ಮಾಡಬೇಡ
ಹಿಂಗೆ ಇರಲಿ ಬಿಡು ಹಿಂಗೆ ಬಿಡಿ ಎರಡು ನಿಮಿಷ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ
Thank you everyone. To formally extend a warm welcome to all our esteemed dignitaries and guests, I now invite Dr. Muniyappan sir, Professor and Head, Department of Physiology, and Organizing Chairman of this CME to kindly deliver the welcome address.
Good morning, everyone. Respected dignitaries, head of the departments, faculty, delegates, postgraduate students, and importantly, undergraduate students. So, in today's rapidly evolving digital world, this technology has transformed the way we learn, work, and practice medicine. So, while it offers tremendous opportunities, it has also brought new challenges to human physiology and mental well-being also. So understanding the delicate relationship between the mind-body has therefore become more important than ever in modern medical practice. So with this perspective, the Department of Physiology, KRIMS Karwar, has organized this continuing medical education program on integrated mind-body physiology in the digital era. So it is indeed a great privilege and honor to me to welcome this distinguished gathering. So at the outset, it's my proud privilege to extend a warm and respectful welcome to our Dean and esteemed Director, Dr. Purnima Ati, whose leadership and constant encouragement greatly support academics and government in our college. Now I request Dr. Rashmi to hand over a token of welcome to Madam. I take great pleasure in welcoming our respected principal, the head of the Department of Surgery, Dr. Savita ma'am, whose guidance and commitment continues to strengthen the academic environment in our institution. So I request Dr. Rupali to hand over a token of welcome. I also extend a cordial welcome to our respected medical superintendent and head of the Department of OBG, Dr. Naresh Bhaskar sir, whose dedicated service ensures the smooth functioning of the hospital and patient care system now. So I request the Dr. Shilpa to hand over a sapling as a token of love. So it is my privilege to warmly welcome Dr. Vijay Raj sir, RMO and head of the Department of Psychiatry, KRIMS Karwar, whose expertise in mental health beautifully resonates with today's the theme, the mind-body integration. I request our PG student, Artishman, to hand over a sapling as a token of love. So it is indeed a great pleasure to welcome our former HOD of Physiology, this institute. And also he was a principal also. He served as Dr. Savanand B from AG Institute, Mangalore. So I request Dr. Sanvi to hand over a token of love. Okay. In the absence of Dr. Murali, he has to join us, KMC observer from Chamarajanagar Institute. So I also welcome him. He is going to join. So I also extend heartfelt welcome to all distinguished resource persons. Dr. Ravindra PN, Additional Professor and Officer in Charge, Center for Consciousness Studies, Department of Neurophysiology. You have already heard him. Dr. Prince, can we hand over the token of love from our department? So I also welcome another resource person from KIMS, Dr. Shiv Kumar Jain. The following session will be by sir. So I also welcome Dr. Dhaneshwar P. Shanai and Dr. Kotur. Dr. Dhaneshwar P. Shanai is from Alva's Institute of Medical Sciences, Modbidre. Yeah. Hand over a sapling to sir. And one of our another resource person, Dr. Naveen Kotur. He was in Rajasthan when we planned this CME, and recently he shifted to Kalburgi, ESIC, Institute of Medical Sciences, Kalburgi. Dr. Kavita, please hand over a token of love from our side. And Dr. Shivagappa Esteli, who is an important person in planning the CME also, who collaborated with me. So there are no words to thank from my side. Dr. Shivagappa Esteli, Professor and Head, Department of Physiology, Trichy SR Medical College Hospital and Research Center, Irangur, Trichy, Tamil Nadu. Sir, welcome. And actually, Dr. Akshay Patak sir was a resource person because of health issues. In place of him, Dr. Vijay Raj sir will be looking after that session. So, in the absence of Dr. Akshay Patak, I welcome him also. So, I would like to sincerely thank all the dignitaries, resource persons and participants for taking time from their busy schedules to be part of this KMC program. So once again, I warmly welcome each one of you and wish you all a very fruitful and intellectual, enriching CME. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, I would like to welcome Dr. Munyapanavar sir, Head of the Department of Physiology, KRIMS Karwar, and the organizing chairman of the CME event for this event. Thank you. Also, I would like to welcome Dr. Prasad sir, Associate Professor, Department of Physiology, and the organizing secretary of the CME event.
As a part of this CME, department conducted pre-CME college competition on the distracted brains to disciplined minds. I request our Dean and Director ma'am to give prizes for the winners. First prize, Abhishek from first year. From final year. Abhishek Avatigal.
సెకండ్ దగ్గర ఉంటుంది
Now I request Principal ma'am to give second prize. Second prize goes to Abhilash N from first year, Anush Raj from first year. Third prize is Rishita GK and Sanvi from first year. Thank you, ma'am. Now I request Dr. Sadanand B. sir to give a prize. Rishita GK and Sanvi from first year. you, sir, and congratulations to the winner.
Thank you to all the dignitaries. No event is complete without acknowledging the efforts, presence, and blessings that made it meaningful. Now, I would like to request our Dean and Director, ma'am, Dr. Purnima ma'am, to address the gathering and speak a few words about the event.
Respected delegates, all the resource persons who have come from all the way, from different college to our institute for the speakers for the CME and the faculty members present here and postgraduates and my dear students. Very good morning to all. First of all, I would like to congratulate the Department of Physiology for organizing this CMA, which is a very essential and key topic for today's day. So all of you know how much that's technology. Digital technology is involved in everybody's life. So it has become an inseparable aspect of our life. Say we start our day with the mobiles and end our day with the mobiles. Say, though the technology has helped very much in all aspects of this thing, but simultaneously it is slowly harming our health. So we are unaware that's how it is affecting our health. So because of this technologies, that's computers, mobiles we are using, it has affected our lifestyle and health. That is, most of us we are not aware, and how it has affected our health. So because of this, our sleep is disturbed, and we have become a sedentary lifestyle. So there is no regular exercise because most of us, especially present day kids, their playing mode is to the mobile. Nobody go outside and play the grounds. So all these things, it has affected our physiology. Say we know how this mind and the body is interrelated. It is already proved that the stress, emotions, everything, it affects our physiology, especially the immune system, which will affect or reduce the immunity of the body. So as a health professionals, it's our duty to create awareness how to avoid these hazards from the digital this technology to our this thing, and we should create awareness to whoever is present around us. Say, as a doctor, it's not only our duty to treat a disease, we should take part in the creating awareness how this digital things is affecting. We know because of the digitalization, that's the medical technologies, the diagnostic treatment aspect, it has helped us a lot, but still we are getting affected by these technologies, especially our physiological system is affected, and which in turn will affect our health system. So, along with treating a disease, as a doctor, we should create awareness regarding the hazards of these technologies, and most of the resource persons, they are talking today on this topic, how it is affect and how to prevent and protect our health from digital technology. So, I tell this all the delegates who are present to get a benefit from these all the talks or the topics which the speakers are bringing, and implement this in our day-to-day life so that we can create awareness and also ourselves we can protect our health from digital technology. So once again, I congratulate all the Department of Physiology for organizing this CME, and I wish a best wish for the department for the better good come. This will be fruitful CME. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. As we come to the end of our inauguration session, to express the gratitude, I invite Dr. Prasad B. Kesar, Associate Professor of Physiology and Organizing Secretary of the CME, to take the stage for vote of thanks.
Good morning to all. It's been since 2 months we are working for this CME program, which began with the thought process, evolved, and being executed this day very successfully. At this outset, I would express sincere gratitude to our respected Dean Madam for kind words as well chairing the session to inaugurate the program. Thank you, Madam. I extend my heartfelt thanks to our Principal, Sarita Madam even, for blessing this occasion. I also thank Dr. Naresh Pavaskar sir for blessing this occasion. I would like to thank even the KMC observer, appointed KMC observer in his absence, and even expressing my gratitude for his presence for this program. I'm also grateful for all the speakers who took up our invitation and are here to deliver their research activities as well their experiences with respect to this event. All the speakers, Dr. Ravindra PM, Dr. Shivkumar, Dr. Naveen Kotu, Dr. Gnaneshwar Shane, Dr. Shivayogappa Teli, as well Dr. Vijay Raj, who would execute these sessions. I also extend my sincere gratitude to the guest of honor, Dr. Sararan D, who was our previous HOD, for blessing this opportunity. I am very much grateful to all the participants who have enthusiastically registered and also being part of this program. I extend my thanks to all the technical and support staff for ensuring the smooth conduct of this program. And also I extend grateful thanks for all the committee members, Dr. Rashmi, Dr. Rupali, Dr. Shilpa, for executing this program very well as planned. I also extend my thanks to all the postgraduate students of Department of Physiology for taking part, active participation in executing this program very well. Finally, I would thank all the first year students who are witnessing this program, being part of this program. Thank you one and all.
And heartfelt thanks to you, sir. Let's take a small pause to refresh our mind. We'll now take a break for tea and snacks. I kindly request our dignitaries and faculty to proceed through my right side exit, and students, for you, snacks are arranged behind the auditorium, so use left side exit. We will resume in 10 to 15 minutes. Come back and rejoin us. Thank you. your prizes.
Absolutely.
It's easy only, right? Only 9 letters and 8 letters.
Everyone click photo ChatGPT.
Come back in 10 minutes.
Yeah, go and come back. It won't be long.
Welcome back everyone. I hope you had a refreshing break. As said, breaks may pause the moment, but not the momentum. Let us now continue with the same enthusiasm. We often see doctors as a symbol of strength, resilience, and unwavering dedication. But behind every white coat is a human being who also experiences stress, emotion, fatigue, and psychological pressure. The World Health Organization recognized burnout as an occupational phenomenon resulting from chronic workplace stress. Understanding this issue is essential not only for the well-being of healthcare professionals, but also maintaining compassionate and effective patient care. To enlighten us on this significant subject, it is my privilege to invite our esteemed speaker, Dr. Shivkumar Ji, Professor, Department of Physiology, KRCRI, Hubli. Stage is yours, sir. I also invite chairpersons for the session, Dr. Jyoti BL, Professor and Department of Pathology, Dr. Vijay Kumar Varmari, Professor and Head, Department of Anatomy, KRIMS Karwar.
Morning everyone. Respected dignitaries, esteemed faculty and students, it's my privilege to introduce my esteemed guest speaker for the session, Dr. Shivkumar Ji. Dr. Shivkumar is currently serving as professor in the Department of Physiology at Karwar Medical College and Research Institute, Hubli. He completed his MBBS in 1999 from Karnataka Medical College, Hubli, and went on to pursue his MD Physiology in the same institute. With an impressive teaching experience of over 20 years at the UG level and 14 years at the postgraduate level, Dr. Shivkumar has played a significant role in shaping the academic and professional journeys of numerous medical students.
Also, he has contributed actively to the field of research with more than 50 publications in the Index journals, reflecting his commitment and advancing scientific knowledge. He primarily acts for the research and interest in space physiology. So Dr. Shivkumar sir is widely respected as a dedicated teacher, researcher and academician whose experience and continuous inspiration behind all these students and colleagues. On the behalf of organizing committee of this CME in Physiology KRIMS Karwar, we will extend a warm welcome to you sir and we look forward for your enriching this session. Thank you. Yes, sir.
A very good morning to everyone. We as medical professionals are in a very ironic situation. So we are tasked with a goal of treating our patients and taking care of their health. But in the process, we tend to neglect a lot about our own. So today we will see what are the things that we are actually neglecting and what are their consequences. So we will try to concentrate mainly on 4 psychosocial challenges, that is stress, burnout, anxiety and depression. So I would like to organize my discussion on these 4 psychosocial challenges by following what is called as a traditional funnel-shaped approach to a particular problem. So I would like to follow the same approach and discuss the psychosocial challenges in the following order, that is stress, burnout, anxiety and depression. Now the reason why I adopted a funnel-shaped approach is because of 2-fold reasons. One, these things happen more or less in a continuum. That is, one follows the other in many cases, not necessarily in that particular sequence, but in many cases they tend to follow this particular sequence. Another reason is there are many topics in psychiatry which are stigmatic. So I would like to approach this topic from a less stigmatic topic to a more stigmatic topic. So that's why I would like to take this particular approach. So we'll go through each one of those psychosocial challenges and mainly concentrating on how it impacts our medical students and what is the prevalence and so forth. So we'll start with stress. Okay. So I would like to start this discussion on stress by talking about a very great Roman emperor called as Marcus Aurelius. So he was not only a great emperor and an administrator, he was also a Stoic philosopher. So he is considered as the last among the 5 great Roman emperors during an age referred to as the Pax Romana. So he was one of the persons belonging to the field of Stoicism. So what is Stoicism? Stoicism is living your life to the maximum by concentrating on the positive emotions and reducing or minimizing the negative emotions. So this, he told, can be achieved by following a lifestyle which follows reality and also virtues. So he wrote a lot about his thought processes. Though he was an emperor in the middle of the battlefield and other things, he wrote a lot of his thought processes, not for anybody else, but for himself, in a series of writings called as the Meditations. So in one of his meditations, which we can see on the screen, he had given an apt definition of stress and how you can how he also tells towards the end of this discussion how dealing with stress is there within ourselves. So how do you define stress? So you can define stress in many ways, but from our point of view, we can define stress in 3 ways. One is from the point of view of the stressor itself. Okay, that is called as the stressor point of view of definition, which you can see there. The second type of definition is based on the type of response that an animal gives to a particular stressor. That is called as a response-oriented definition. But the one which we should be more interested as human beings is what is called as an appraisal-based definition of stressor. That is, in the process between the stimulus and the response, we as higher beings rather, have what is called as an appraisal process, which allows us the leeway to make some important decisions and handle stress. So that's why for my discussion on stress today, I will be mainly concentrating on the appraisal-based definition of stress. So what is this process of appraisal? So whenever we are faced with a stressor, as human beings, we tend to appraise the situation. So this appraisal process has got a twofold process. That is, we deal with the stressor by using what is called as a twofold appraisal. So in the primary appraisal process, what we do is we try to assess whether the stressor is a challenge or a threat. So if it's a challenge, there is no problem with it. We just go along with our life. In fact, achieve better things by taking it as a challenge. But if it is perceived as a threat, then we step into the second stage of appraisal. That is called as the secondary appraisal. So in secondary appraisal, what we do is we look at our options. Of course, it's a threat, so it is going to create some negative consequences. So how do we approach this threat process? What are the options available? Now, if there are options available and these options are effective, then we consider that stressor as a low threat situation. And if it is, if it results in a situation where there are no options, or there are options but they are not very effective, then it results in what is called as a high threat situation. So we have a twofold appraisal process taking place whenever we are dealing with any stressor. So this allows us, like Marcus Aurelius said, so this allows us the leeway to deal with stress in a proper process. So we always take stress as a negative aspect. Okay? So, but stress is not always negative. So it has got both its positive component as well as the negative component. So So this particular aspect of stress was actually expounded by a famous Hungarian-Canadian endocrinologist called as Hans Selye. So he coined the terms eustress and distress. So eustress is positive stress and distress is a negative stress. So as you can see in this curve, the initial part of it that is on the left side represents your stress levels and performance. Okay? So initially increases in stress levels are actually taken as a challenge and this can actually improve your performance. So this is called as eustress. Whereas when you reach the other end of it, we end up with what is called as distress. Okay? So this is where our appraisal process helps us to determine whether it is eustress or distress. So you might have heard a colloquial term normally used in athletics, okay, where they say the person is at the top of his game. So a person is at the top of his game when he's at the peak of his curve. Okay, when his stress levels are such that his performance is at its maximum. So we know that stress is universal, but what has happened to the stress levels during the different periods, starting from when human beings were hunter-gatherers to our modern era, post-COVID era. So I would like to highlight on a particular window of period, okay, where they did questionnaire-based study to study stress levels as part of a national survey in America by Cohen et al. Okay. So they studied the stress levels in 3 different periods, that is 1983, 2006 and 2009. So they found out, as you can see here, I have just included 2 of the graphs here. One is related to the stress levels and sex, the other one is stress levels and education. We can see that irrespective of the gender or the type of education, stress levels are consistently increasing. And this is only up till 2009, and you can expect what you may expect after COVID and other things. So definitely stress levels are increasing. So we'll just briefly study a little bit about, or come to know about the stress physiology, okay, physiology of stress, by just looking at just 2 contributions. The first contribution actually started with Walter Cannon, okay, who is famously known for his definition and other things about homeostasis. So he was the first person to recognize the physiological response to stress. He called it as the flight or fight reaction. So according to him, whenever a person is exposed to a stressor, primarily the sympathetic nervous system gets activated first and robustly and very rapidly, and also with a little bit of lag, there is also activation of the endocrine system, specifically the HPA axis. So he thought that the response of an organism to stress was actually helping in the maintenance of homeostasis. So that's why he called stress as an adaptive response. But this was only part of the story. So then we come back to the other scientist who is also referred to as a father of stress physiology. So Hans Selye. So he was, like I told you, he's a Hungarian-Canadian endocrinologist. So he brought about the concept called as general adaptation syndrome. So wherein he recognized that 2 aspects of stress, that is the positive adaptive aspect, which actually helps the organism to maintain its homeostasis, and also a negative aspect of stress called as the maladaptive response. So he actually discovered this accidentally, or what we refer to as serendipitous discoveries. So there are many serendipitous discoveries. Serendipitous means something which you discover by accident, which you are not actually looking for. So there are many serendipitous discoveries in the medical field, also in the general scientific field. 2 examples which I would like to give is the discovery of penicillin as well as discovery of microgrids. So he described the response of stress by an organism into 3 phases. The first phase is what is called the alarm reaction, the first initial phase. So this is what happens when you are exposed to stress. So this alarm reaction roughly corresponds to what Walter Cannon had said, that is the flight or fight mode of response. So this is actually a part of the maintenance of homeostasis. But then if the stressor is continued or it is maintained, the organism goes into a stage of resistance. Here the responses of the sympathetic nervous system and the HP axis are still higher, but not to that high extent as in the alarm reaction. So therefore, they are maintaining the homeostasis again. So this is called as the stage of resistance, where energy resources are being utilized to respond to the stress. If the stressor continues further, then we go into a stage of exhaustion, okay, where our resources get depleted and the organisms become vulnerable to various illnesses and probably even death. So this is the phase which is called as the maladaptive phase of stress, and this is what we need to avoid. So we need to recognize what we can do to prevent, even though we can't do much about the stressor will be there, but how to prevent ourselves from going into a stage of exhaustion. So this is the basic HPA axis, which like I told you, it gets activated, increasing cortisol levels. Cortisol levels initially tries to maintain the homeostasis by providing more resources for the body so that it can take either the flight or the fight reaction. And it also initially it also activates the immune system. But continued exposure to cortisol actually blunts your immune responses. Now, what are the types of stressors that we face? Now, there are different ways in which we classify stressors. But from our point of discussion, I would like to actually divide stressors into 4 categories. One is traumatic events or situations. Okay, some examples for that is physical assault, which can be sexual assault, child abuse, or other things. So these are a type of stressors which come under the category of traumatic events. Then we have what is called as life changes. Okay? So life changes can be simple things like loss of a family member, or it can be marriage or divorce, or even simple things like moving from one place to another. Like for example, you people have moved from your hometowns to a newer place to study. So that is one type of stress. Then we also have what is called as daily hassles. Okay, simple rush hour traffic. So losing your keys, fights with your co-workers, friends or family. So these are called as regular life hassles. And finally, we come down to the last one, that is called as the work-related stressors. So whenever we are working in a difficult, distressing or an unsafe working environment, you experience various types of stressors. So many of the stresses faced by medical students can fall in some of these categories. Some of them they carry with them from previous part of their life, and some of them they tend to experience in their newer life. So next, we'll come to the data. What does the data say about stress in medical students? Okay. So there are 2 studies which I put at number 1 and number 3. So number 1 is a meta-analysis that has been done to study the prevalence of stress in medical students throughout the world. It's a global level. So you can see that it's roughly around 41%. But if you see from an Indian point of view, which is the last study, so it says that the stress experienced by the students is roughly around 53%. Now the variation in the percentages may be due to the type of methodology adopted, as well as the type of questionnaire that they have used. Okay? But what is interesting is you see the middle one. Okay? The middle one represents the stress levels, which of course is still higher, 33%. But this was a study done in students between 9th standard to 12th standard. So we can see that they also experience stress levels, but it is lesser than the stress levels that may be seen in medical students. So that gives you an idea about what we are dealing with, okay, about stress. So how to handle stress, there are different ways that can be done, like lifestyle modifications and other things, which will be described in much more detail about our next speakers. We will be talking about how to manage stress. Okay. So I am just explaining to you about the different psychosocial challenges and their prevalence and their importance. So next we'll go to the subsequent event, that is burnout. Now when does burnout take place? Now burnout happens whenever there is chronic stress, but burnout happens whenever there is chronic stress is not managed properly. So that's when we go into the phase of burnout. So initially burnout was defined as a thing which happens in the working environment. It was not actually used to describe burnout in students. But even today, the WHO definition of burnout actually talks about work-related burnout. It doesn't talk about burnout in medical students, but it can roughly be applied even to medical students, because medical education is a sort of a mix-up between study as well as work. Now, this particular explanation of burnout, okay, was put forward by Sam Key. Okay, he's the author of a book. So in that, he has succinctly and vividly explained what happens in a patient experiencing burnout. He compares a person experiencing burnout to a zombie or a sleepwalker. So that's how he compares. So we can see later on what are the components of burnout and what are the things happen in burnout. So we'll see how this definition and the nomenclature of burnout came into the literature. Now initially the nomenclature of burnout didn't come directly into scientific literature. The earliest case where the symptoms or the features of burnout were actually expressed in scientific literature was somewhere in 1943 in the Journal of Psychiatry, where they had put the title itself like that, the case of a psychiatric nurse, Mrs. Jones, or Miss Jones rather. So there, the article clearly defines in vivid terms what are the things happening in that particular psychiatric setup to both Miss Jones, who is a psychiatric nurse, as well as to the patients. So burnout affects not only the caregiver or the health provider, it also affects the patients also. So this vicious cycle has been described in very detailed aspects in this particular study in 1953, but they never used the term burnout. Another important thing which actually didn't happen in the scientific literature, it's actually a book by Graham Greene, where he used in the title itself a burnout case. So this is where a burnout was actually used to describe this particular situation, but in a non-scientific manner, in a novel. So I'll just briefly tell you about what is there happening in this novel. So this novel talks about a protagonist who is actually a very famous architect. He's very successful and everything, but he is unable to handle this stresses that are associated with his job. So he leaves his job in America and then proceeds to Congo in Central Africa. So where he lives in a lepers colony, people suffering from leprosy. So there he comes in contact with a doctor called as Dr. Colin, who is actually treating those patients. So he compares the situation of this architect query to a burnt out case of leprosy. So that's where the term burnt out has been compared. So now we need to know what is a burnt out case of leprosy. So I'll just divert a little bit and go to a little bit of this briefly about leprosy. Okay? There are different classifications of leprosy, but one of the oldest, very old one, which is not used nowadays, classification is leprosy is based on the degree of damage to the nerves as well as the skin lesions. So that is called as A1, A2 and B1, B2. So A2 represents the worst case scenario of nerve damage. So what happens in these patients with this very severe damage to the nerves is the patient has lost sensitivity throughout many parts of his body. Many parts of his bodies are mutilated, but you will interestingly notice that the bacterial count is very, very less. That is, the bacteria has taken a toll on the person and he has left it burnt out. So this is where how it was described in this novel. Now we'll come to the actual point from when the term burnout was officially used in scientific literature. The person who coined the term burnout was American psychologist called as Herbert. Okay, so he described the burnt out situation in a clinic which was dealing with homeless people and drug addicts. So there he described and used the term burnout. So he used to. This was again a colloquial time which was used by in the field in the circumstances of drug addicts. So a person who is chronic drug addict is usually referred to as a burnt out case. So that's when he compared the mentality of the emotional situation of his caregivers in his clinic to that of a burnt out case, and he actually coined the term burnt out. So this was used broadly. It was not actually specific to healthcare professionals. But the first time it was used for healthcare professionals was by social psychologist Christina Maslach and her colleagues. Okay, she transferred this concept of burnout to medical professionals. Okay? In fact, the inventory that we use nowadays, which is commonly used to quantify burnout, is actually based on Christina Maslach. It is called as Maslach's burnout inventory, or MBI, which is used for various research purposes. And finally, two research articles in 1990 to 2002 transferred this process of the concept of burnout to students also. And finally, we can see that the WHO also recognizes burnout. So it is part of your ICD-10 classification of diseases. But actually, like I told you, the definition of burnout is restricted to work environment as per the WHO. But the same can be applied to students also. So what are the domains of burnout? I just run through this aspects of burnout. What do you mean by burnout? So, like I told you, the main contribution towards dimensions of burnout was done by Christina Maslach, and others. So she told three aspects of three dimensions of burnout. So these are the three things that a person experiences whenever he goes into burnout. The first one is what is called as emotional exhaustion. Okay, and this is the most commonest dimension of burnout, and this is seen in almost all burnout cases. The second one is what is called as depersonalization. So this is an important aspect where the person doesn't feel as part of himself. He sees as if he's observing the whole things from a totally different perspective, and not a good perspective, that is. And finally, the last one is the person also experiences what is called as reduced personal accomplishment. So even though he's working hard, he has a negative attitude about his own work and his accomplishment. So these are the three things that are called as dimensions of the burnout. And the most commonest one is emotional exhaustion. So these are again describing in detail about the aspects. Now the depersonalization aspect, that is also referred to as cynicism. If the person has a cynic or a cynical or a negative attitude about himself and about the external environment, including his patients. So he tends to refer to his patients as it rather than a human being. Now, coming to the stages of burnout. Now, burnout doesn't happen in vacuum. It doesn't happen suddenly on one particular day. It actually follows through a various process. Initially, the person entering into a medical field, if we take that as an example, he comes with a lot of enthusiasm. He tends to work hard. So that's the upper part of your stage of burnout. So as he goes through the processes, increasing workload, he tends to forget his own personal needs like sleep, diet, exercise, hobbies, etc. And then he goes through this process and ultimately ends up with apathy. So this is how a person goes through different stages of burnout. Now this picture actually helps you how empathy and other cognitive aspects are destroyed by the different dimensions of burnout. Okay, so the three parts, there is the emotional part, maintaining your personality and maintaining a positive attitude about your achievements. Okay, these form as the pillars for your cognitive behavior as well as your empathetic behavior. So when these pillars collapse, the whole superstructure also collapses. Now, I won't go into much detail about this particular topic. How do you quantify burnout? Like I told you, the major contribution was done by Christina Maslach, and it is her inventory called as the Maslach burnout inventory, which is routinely used in many studies. There are also other inventories available, but the one which is consistently and commonly used is this particular inventory. So this inventory actually looks into all the three aspects of burnout, that is emotional exhaustion, depersonalization, as well as your reduced personal accomplishment. So it's basically a 22 question questionnaire, okay, divided among all these three components, that is 7 plus 7 plus 8. 7 for emotional exhaustion, 7 questions, 7 questions for depersonalization, and about 8 questions for reduced personal accomplishments. And so this follows a Likert scale basically. So from 0 to each of the questions have a Likert scale marking starting from 0 to 6. So 0 represents never to almost every week. That is number 6. So I'll just run through those questions. So this is about the questions regarding emotional. This is about depersonalization. This is about reduced efficiency in your personal growth. So how is burnout classified? So burnout can be classified as low, medium, or high. So high burnout is there whenever there is high scores in your emotional exhaustion and high scores in depersonalization, but low scores in reduced personal accomplishments. So higher scores in emotional exhaustion and higher scores in depersonalization, including lower score of personal accomplishment, follows what is called as high burnout. And similarly, we also have criteria for medium and low burnout stages. So why I am telling you about this is this helps us to understand the studies which I am going to tell you a little bit about the prevalence of burnout in medical students. So I just picked up one study to explain about burnout in medical students. So this is a study where it followed a 2-dimensional model and a 3-dimensional model. So we already saw that in burnout there are 3-dimensional. It's a 3-dimensional concept. Okay? The most commonest one is emotional exhaustion. So if you use a 2-dimensional definition of burnout, which includes only emotional exhaustion and depersonalization, the prevalence is around 16% and above. Whereas if you drop one of them, that is the one which we are dropping is the last one, that is reduced personal accomplishment, then the percentage is slightly lesser. But irrespective of whether it is 2-dimensional or 3-dimensional, we can see that about 15 to 16% of medical students undergo burnout, not immediately, but over their study period. So we are dealing with about 40 to 50% of stress which they enter and experience, and about 15 to 16% of the population goes into burnout. Now what is the problem? But even though the burnout is less here, you can see that the burnout is less. Now if you compare it with other countries like China and America, the burnout percentages are much higher there, about 50%, close to 50%. The reason why the burnout is less here is said to be because of higher resilience in our students. So we'll have to study about that particular aspect. So what are the factors which create that higher resilience? So though it is interesting and we can feel a little bit happy about a slightly lower burnout rate compared to other Western countries, but there are some points within that study also which we need to be concerned about. Now, though the overall burnout rate was lesser, it was found that among the 2 components of the dimensions of burnout, that is depersonalization and reduced personal achievement or accomplishment, these are much higher than in Western standards. Especially we need to concentrate on the depersonalization aspect. Why? Because at the end of the day, the patients are as important as the doctors. So what depersonalization does to you is, it makes you treat your patients like an inanimate behavior. So what are the things that can be done when a person's depersonalization scores are very high? Okay? So the person tends to disregard his patient, he becomes callous towards his patient and probably even mistreats him or ill-treats him. Plus, it also tells you that the person has a higher tendency for illegal behaviors or cheating and other things. So that is something that we should be concerned about, the depersonalization part, even though the actual burnout rate seems to be slightly less. So these are some of the methods which can prevent burnout or reduce the chances of burnout, which is, they are called as resilience. Okay? So sir has already talked a little bit about resilience. So these are some of the methods by which you can prevent burnout from happening, that is having or practicing higher resilience. So some of the resilience method will be taught to you later on in further talks. So I'm not going to go into much detail about the various methods by which you can increase the resilience. So this roughly tells you about burnout. Okay, so if you take a battery, okay, so things on your left side, these are the things which will charge your battery and prevent a burnout. There are things on the right side, there are only some of them which have been listed here. Things on the right side of the battery, they are the ones which drain your battery. So it depends upon a balance between these two things which prevents your burnout. Practicing resilience and uh, regular habits, good habits will increase your battery levels, whereas some things which are under your control and some things which are not under your control tend to drain the battery and cause burnout. Next we'll go to the third topic, that is anxiety. Again, anxiety is something which is usually compared with fear, but there is a lot of difference between anxiety and fear, which we will see in the later on slide. What is the major differences between anxiety and fear? So this is another Stoic philosopher called as Seneca, who has described again a little bit about anxiety. So what exactly is anxiety? So anxiety is a continuous worry about something which is not there only for a few days. Usually the definition of anxiety or anxiety disorders expects things to stay at least for a period of 6 months. At least for a period of 6 months. So there are a lot of disorders which come under the category of anxiety. I'll just run through them, some of them. So like I told you, there are differences between the fear that a person tends to experience routinely and anxiety. So these are some of the differences between anxiety and fear. Now anxiety is always future oriented. Anxiety is always future oriented. That is, you think about things that can happen in the future. Whereas fear is something present oriented. And the thinking process that is involved in anxiety or the worry, that is long standing, that is continuous for a longer period. As we saw in the definition itself, something has to be there for at least 6 months for it to be included under the anxiety disorder. So it is long standing, whereas it is of a much shorter duration in case of fear. And also the responses that you will find, they are more appropriate to the situation in fear, whereas they are inappropriate in anxiety. So like I told you, anxiety is not a simple disorder, it's a single disorder. There are many disorders that are classified or come under the category of anxiety disorders. So some of the major types include your generalized anxiety disorder. A generalized anxiety, all of these disorders will follow the same 6-month duration. The duration part is more or less same for all the anxiety disorders, but there are some slight differences within the disorders. A generalized anxiety disorder is also referred to as a free-floating anxiety. So free-floating anxiety means it's an anxiety which exists across multiple domains, across your occupation, about your future, about your social aspects, and many things. So that is called as a generalized anxiety disorder. Then you have something called as a panic disorder. A panic disorder is something which happens, which is a excessive worry or apprehension which happens very rapidly, that is, it comes into account very rapidly, stays for a short period of time, and then it comes down again. So this is called as a panic disorder. Then you have some type of anxiety disorders related to your social environment. So one of the commonest one is what is called as agoraphobia. So agoraphobia is a situation where a person feels anxious whenever he goes into situations where he feels he cannot escape. So this includes many conditions like open spaces and other things. So where a person feels that he finds it difficult to escape from that situation. Then we also have the another type, again related to the social environment, called as the social anxiety disorder, where a person, one of the commonest examples for that is a person finds it very difficult to speak in public spaces. And then we also have the specific phobias, the different types of phobias. That is, the person has anxiety or apprehensive reactions to a particular situation only. Like for example, when he is exposed to spiders and other things. So these are called as specific phobias. So coming to the data about anxiety. So if you come to the data in anxiety, there are surveys which have been done under the international level, done by the WHO, that is World Mental Health Surveys. Also we have a specific survey related to India also done by the MANS, done in the 2016, called as the National Mental Health Survey 1. And they are actually going to go for the second part of the survey, that is National Mental Health Survey 2, somewhere in this year. So if you see the data from different points, you can see from an international point of view, the prevalence of anxiety is around 4% in the general population. Whereas if you see from the same data, that is World Mental Health Survey from an Indian point of view, it is also close to 4%. Now this is the data that has been got from the National Mental Health Survey. So we can see that the percentage is more or less close to the same standard. And the commonest type of anxiety disorders that have been noticed in this particular survey is, the first one is agoraphobia, followed by generalized anxiety disorder. But the most important thing that we need to concentrate is the treatment gap. It's much higher than 87, close to 87%. So which we'll see later on also, that the main concern is identification of the condition. Okay, that is the problem is there. Second is to treat the particular condition. So in both these situations, we have a big gap. So these are some studies done on anxiety and the percentage in medical students, to be more specific. So as you can see that the anxiety levels are compared to the general population, they are much higher. Okay, they have a different range from 20 to 40% depending upon the questionnaire that has been used. But we can generally see the trend that the anxiety levels are again much higher than the general population. Finally, coming to the last topic, that is depression, the most stigmatic topic. So a normal person, when he looks at a depressed person, will just think that he's sad. But that is not the actual definition of depression. So what is depression? So depression is, there are two main characteristic features, there are other additional characteristic features also. The person has a depressed mood, so that is a stat, that is something that anybody can understand. The second important component of depression is the person loses interest or interest in various things, that he is unable to experience even pleasure in certain activities which he found pleasurable previously. So this is roughly referred to as anhedonia. So these are very two important components of depression. So that's why the terms that are routinely properly used for depression is what is called as major depression or clinical depression. So a depressed person, different components of his things are affected. The way he thinks, the way he sees the world, everything is affected in a person who is depressed. So I won't go into much about the definitions of depression or how it is categorized, but the one which is routinely used to classify various psychiatric disorders is the DSM-5 criteria. So DSM-5 stands for Diagnostic and Statistical Manual for Mental Disorders. You can also use the ICD-1, which is used by the WHO, but it is for all diseases. DSM is specifically for mental health disorders. So according to the DSM, there are 9 criteria. Okay? So out of these 9 criteria, so which are listed in A, I am not going to the B, C and D and other things. We just concentrate on the 9 things which are usually seen in depression. So for a person to be considered as depressed, he should have at least 5 of this. And out of these 5, the first 2, one of them should be there. So that constitutes major depression. So now if you go through all the 9 components of depression, you will understand the difference between being depressed and being sad. So what constitutes or what makes a person depressed? So the general formulation that is usually used to describe how depression comes into being is what is called as a biopsychosocial component or a model for depression. So it is not a single event or a single thing which brings about depression. It is a contribution from multiple sources that is referred to as biopsychosocial model of depression. So biological factors include your genetic things which you bring along with you. Okay, it also includes neurochemistry. Social environment includes the physical assault and other things which you might have experienced, like child abuse and other things. And psychological is it's the way you think. Okay, the way you think, that also contributes towards your development of depression. So all the 3 components are essential, which pushes you towards depression. So this is another diagram of the same one. So this roughly tells you about what are the things that pushes you towards depression. So we have a baggage of biological component, which we can't do much about it. Then we have the social component and the psychological component. The social component is mostly related to the environment in which we live. So that can be modified to some extent. And one important thing which we can modify actually is the psychological component. That is the way that we think. So the baggage that we bring in with that thing, we have some baggage of biological, psychological and social components. So when there is a precipitating event, it pushes us into a negative process of thinking. Okay? So this precipitating event can be anything. Okay? It can be loss of a close family member or other thing. So once you go into the negative process of thinking, we have what is called as Beck's cognition triad. So where a person has negative views about himself, about the world, and about his future. So this roughly translates into hopelessness, helplessness, and worthlessness. So this continuous thinking in this particular aspect, negative thinking processes, ultimately pushes you towards depression. I'm not saying that negative thinking will always push you towards depression. Of course, you need to have the baggage with you for that to happen. So these are some of the negative thinking processes that can actually happen in a person with a depressed mood. Okay? So these things actually prevent him from becoming normal. I'm not saying that modifying your thinking process will ultimately bring you out of the process of depression. So these are some of the negative thought processes which I'm not going to go into much detail. So the same thing has been expressed in a diagrammatic fashion. These sorts of thinking processes actually makes us continue in that negative thinking process and stay there and prevents us from coming out of it. But there is one difference, like we saw how anxiety is different from fear. Anxiety is different from fear. Similarly, we need to differentiate between depression and grief. So grief is something that a person goes into whenever he loses something. Okay? Losing something can be losing a job, losing money, or losing a close part. The specific type of grief a person experiences whenever he loses somebody, when somebody close to him dies, that is called as bereavement. So there should be a differentiation between grief and depression. So depression is not oriented towards a single event, okay? Whereas grief is oriented towards a single event. There are many differences, but I like to highlight one major difference. A person who is grieving, he would like to talk to people, okay? He would like to connect with people. But this is not seen in depression. The person would like to feel isolated. He would not like to connect with people. So there are a lot of differences between grief and depression. So now we come to the prevalence of depression. This is the last part. So as you can see that the prevalence of depression is somewhere between 2 to 4% again. The percentages are slightly less in India comparatively as per the National Mental Health Survey of 2016. So here, graphically, you can see that roughly the percentage of depression or the prevalence of depression in general population is around 2.7%. Okay? It is slightly higher, like all psychological disorders, many of them tend to be higher in the females compared to males, and again, they are higher in the urban metros compared to rural areas. So, if you see again from a medical student's point of view, I will just highlight one particular study. So, this study found that the overall prevalence of depression in medical students across all the years, roughly around 40, more than 40%. Most of them being mild in nature. Most of them are, again, after the definition of depression, we also classify it into mild, moderate, and severe based on number of symptoms as well as how it affects your day-to-day life. So, based on that, 40% and above people have depression. But majority of the depression tends to be of the mild form, but still it is concerned. This is very interesting. Now you can see this particular study highlights what can happen even in a first year student. How much of depression, prevalence of depression he enters into the study, into the first year before he enters into the medical field. And by the time he finishes his first year, how the prevalence percentage changes. Not be exactly accurate, but we can see the trend here. Okay? The person enters with a lesser prevalence of depression, and by the time, not even the final year, by the time he reaches the first year itself, we can see that increase in prevalence. Again, like I told you about anxiety part, here also we can see that more than 80% of the persons who are suffering from various psychological disorders, they are not treated either because they don't go to the healthcare provider or because of social stigma and other aspects. So there's a lot of gap which affects the productivity of students as well as workers. But this is not limited to only to India. The 80% gap is not essentially limited to only India. Even in highly developed countries, we see that more than 75% are not treated upon. So what all things can be done? So these are some of the self-help management techniques that can be adopted to reduce the chances of you dropping into depression or also reducing mild cases of depression. So I won't go into much detail about all these techniques, which will be told to you in much more detail in the further talks on yoga and other things. But one thing that you need to remember is, these are all self-help management techniques. So these are not the final solution for depression, they are just complementary to the actual treatment for depression depending upon its severity. So I would like people to note down this number and reduce the treatment time. So this is a summary of all the 4 topics in different domains. Okay, this roughly tells you about what I have told you all along about all the 4 major psychosocial challenges. So it summarizes the things here. And then why we need to actually deal with the psychosocial challenges, because of this reason. That is, we need to take care of our medical students as well as healthcare professionals, not only from their point of view, but also from the point of view of the patient, because ultimately healthcare depends on how a patient is being treated also. So that's why managing or dealing with the psychosocial challenges, in fact preventing them from going from one stage to other, like we saw in the funnel approach. If we recognize things and modify things, it prevents the going down the funnel.
It was an excellent talk, sir, Dr. Shivkumar. Before we close this session, I would like to add a few points what I noticed and which would help our students here in the data. So often we use the word stress. Okay, but till now, even I didn't know there is something called eustress and distress. Okay, so that's something which we could apply, and like he said, on a positive note. So when you are at the peak of your exam, what is the kind of stress you are going through? So you could go through that and then take some measures. So that has been explained very well, sir. Also, I want to say, all of us would have experienced stress at some point in our lives. And you have guided the audience to put a name to each one of these phases. Like for example, he gave his dimensions and stages, and which could lead to a burnout. To know the stages and dimensions of burnout, it could help us to intervene, or like we say, take measures in the form of therapy, which could help us to handle stress or anxiety or depression. This is very important for the current audience. Like in the last part of the lecture, he explained the depression or anxiety or any amount of stress is only going to increase from first year to final years, which is being shown in some study. So if you have a problem, you need to talk. You need to identify what it is. You need to talk. And it is, and you don't have to be embarrassed or ashamed to seek help. Okay, so the basic thing what I noticed is, this is all foundation for therapy. So if you don't know what stress is or burnout is, you can't go for therapy or you can't ask help. And at your level, instead of going and thinking for extreme measures, like I can't handle it, I can't cope it anymore, and I'm feeling negative. Instead of that, if you seek help and if you could identify, and you can tailor some measures, you can take some measures in your life, it will be very helpful and you can handle your life, which is very beautiful. Okay. So, thanks, sir. It was an excellent lecture, and I would like to thank, on behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to thank Dr. Shivkumar J on this presentation.
So as far as the first year students is concerned, I think it is a more stress than the second and third year students. But what the study is suggesting now, it is increasing in second and third year. It should be viewed basically. Because I am observing it out. The first year students, they are having new environment, new things, they are very enthusiastic initial level. But later on, suddenly after 6 months, they are going the various stages of the studies and you can say it out anxiety or depression. After second year, we will accompany all this environment and they will improve the what you say that coming from the space level?
Some studies actually suggest that it actually reduces during second year and then increases during final year again.
But this is the very beautiful session. It's very much useful because most of the students they are from first years, so they are very much useful for this seeing how to reduce it out. What are the causes for the anxiety in our place? So hope they will understand and they will do the best for the first year as well as whole of this curriculum. Thank you. The session is open for the discussion. Any questions you can ask.
Sir, I want to add up. Being an author of 2 to 3 articles, one is compulsive internet use. I have done a study over compulsive internet use. I have found out that, I mean to say with co-authors, we have found out that at least 11% prevalence of compulsive internet use, which may be because of stress of adjustment disorder during first year. Okay, we have found out that depression, anxiety and stress is more prevalent during first year, which wherein
Behaviors actually potentiate.
They are just
doesn't actually help.
It's like a vicious cycle to cope up this stress.
It doesn't come under that self-management strategies which I told.
Thank you, sir, for such an insightful session that beautifully guided us through the funnel-shaped continuum of stress, burnout, anxiety, and depression. The integration of Marcus Aurelius' wisdom from meditation with the principles of Stoicism alongside the foundation works of Anselm and Walter Kennan was truly enlightening. And powerful analogy by Sam Key comparing burnout to a zombie-like state, along with Christiana Marcel's work on burnout in medical professionals, made the session both thought-provoking and deeply relevant to our lives. We are truly grateful, sir. And I also extend my thanks to chairpersons for their presence and guidance. Now I request Dr. Muniyappan sir to present memento for our speaker. Now I request Dr. Rupali ma'am to present mementos for chairpersons as a token of appreciation.
addiction ಅಂತ hold on. Addiction ಅಂತಿದೆ.
Students, please listen.
Ready for next clue, students? Next clues. The act of being present and living in the moment. It is up to down. And the fourth clue is across. Finding the right amount, not too much or too little, between technology use and time offline. Okay, thinking right.
They will capture the photos.
Now we move on to the third session. The chairpersons of this third session are Dr. Vijayashri Hanchina, Associate Professor, Department of Physiology, KRIMS, and Dr. Girish H.O., Associate Professor, Department of Community Medicine, KRIMS, Karwar. I would like to invite them as the chairperson of the session.
The ability to focus is the new IQ in the digital age. The concept of attention fragmentation refers to the breaking of a focus into multiple small segments due to continuous interruption. Over time, this leads to reduced concentration, slow thinking, decision fatigue, and mental burnout. And the brain begins to experience the invisible exhaustion called as cognitive fatigue. To guide us through this fascinating and highly relevant topic, we are privileged to have our distinguished speaker, Dr. Naveen S. Kotu, Professor and Head of Physiology Department, ESIC Medical College and Hospital, Jaipur, Rajasthan. Give a big round of applause to the respected speaker.
Good afternoon, everybody. Respected dignitaries, esteemed colleagues, and dear students. It's my honor and privilege to introduce our distinguished speaker for this session, Dr. Naveen S. Kotu, sir. Dr. Naveen, sir, completed his MBBS from KMC Hubli between 1995 and 2001. Followed his MD in Physiology from KMC Hubli between 2004 to 2007, laying a strong academic foundation in the field of medical sciences. He began his academic career as assistant professor at Shimoga Institute of Medical Sciences, Shimoga. He then continued his teaching journey at ESIC Medical College, Bangalore. Through dedication and consistent academic contribution, he rose to the position of associate professor and subsequently to the professor in 2021. And he served as a professor and head of the department at ESIC Jaipur. Currently, he is serving as a professor and head of the Department of Physiology at ESIC Medical College, Kalburgi, where he continues to contribute significantly to the academics, administration, and research.
Dr. Naveen has an impressive research profile with 10 international and 8 national publications to his credit. Notably, he has also contributed an innovative concept published in an international journal under the hypothesis category, exploring the role of the liver and spleen in respiration. A unique, innovative, and thought-provoking perspective in physiology. He is widely respected as a dedicated teacher, researcher, and academician. On behalf of the organizing committee of this National CME in Physiology at KRIMS Karwar, I extend a warm and heartfelt welcome to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Thank you, sir. Before starting, I would like to answer one question raised by our previous chairperson, Dr. Venkatesh. Okay. So his concern was the children are nowadays using more mobile. Okay. So how to overcome this? So same question. Even I had, because I have 2 kids in my house. They use a mobile lot of, like now many are using there now, right now. So they were using the phone. So it was 2 years back. Okay. So that time AI was the super brain now also. Okay. So I thought, why can't I ask the AI? Okay. I tried the same question what sir asked. Okay. So how to overcome? My children are using more mobile. How I should overcome? The answer was very unique. Okay. So it said, I am observing you since few months. You are using more mobile. You are using more screen time, and the children imitate what parents does. Okay. So better you reduce using your phone. So this was the answer I got. And I gave my mind, did I ask wrong thing? It is attacking me only. Okay, it happened. Okay. Then what I did, okay, I will follow that one. So I asked my wife also, so why can't we try this? We reduced using for phone behind we used to use, okay. In front of them we tried to avoid. And results were very good. Children reduced using the phone. But again they are using now. Because we both parents, we were unable to tolerate that one without phone. So we started using again. They are also using now. Okay. So this is. So what we should do? We should be an example for them. Okay. Yeah. So now. I am holding some posts, so I am getting some thoughts. Okay. So next, how many of you I have to please excuse me. I have to receive some of the important calls. Okay. So in between, I will be taking calls. Okay. One of please. Hey, anyone? Please stand up. Please stand. What you felt when I am getting the repeated calls? This is an important session I am taking. What you felt? See, again I am getting it. Okay, now what I will do, I will go into airplane mode. I will keep my phone here. Now I will start. Okay. What happened when I was discussing?
Parents irritated.
See, my thing was I should give attention. My now attention is your lecture to you people. Okay, I started it, but repeatedly I am getting calls. Okay, so what I did, repeatedly I am receiving the call. My attention is being getting distracted. Okay. And it is very tough to distract you people from your phones also now. So many are using. How many of you know nomophobia? How many of you know nomophobia? You know? Excuse me, you. No, you know nomophobia? No? How many of you? No one knows. You want to experience? You want to experience? Very interesting thing. Please try it once. You want to experience?
Yes, sir.
Please. Okay, just to experience. So please switch off your phones. Please switch off. Try for a few minutes. I will tell you to switch it off. Please switch off. All of you switch off now. Please. I am not telling you so that I can make you to listen my talk. But I want you people go through nomophobia. Please off it. Almost many people are in this stage. Okay, I will tell you, nomophobia means being away from the phone. The phobia of being away from the phone. Now I have kept it there. But still I have a phobia. I made this important calls. See, the distractions were stage managed, what I was getting previously, just to show how it irritates others or how it affects my attention. So that is why we created that one. Now I want you to go through nomophobia for a few minutes. Please switch off. Okay? Now, all of you know my topic. Even To remember it, for me also it is difficult. Our Muniyappa sir has given this one. Okay, I will read it. Yeah, attention fragmentation, cognitive fatigue. I went through both of them. When I was taking started, my attention has been fragmented quite a few times because of my phone calls. And because I hold some of the posts wherein my attention is needed, even though I am giving attention here, my mind is wondering whether I miss those words. So what it is creating on my brain. The second part, cognitive fatigue. Okay, because brain is handling too many things right now. Now, many are there like this. If you can stand and see, few are yawning, few are. So they are talking there. Some two boys. Last. See, they are talking there. Very much. Okay. This is quite a common, but this is it happening? See, all this topic started. I was discussing with Dr. Muniyappa a few months back. I am observing since few days, few years, last 4-5 years, the children in the class. Okay, so yeah, someone is yawning there. Okay, like her, many students are either yawning, they are sleepy, many, even some people sleep also. Okay, so that these things are very common. If I ask students, they will tell yes. Yes or no? Yes. Yeah. That too, especially first and second class. Yes or no? Yes. First and second class. So we were worried. Why this transition is happening? Why? Previously it was not so much. Even I was left in the class, that is a different thing. But it is increased. So that was worrying us. Okay. So when I went to Gulbarga, I observed. Then after few days, joining there, it was not registering. I wanted to ask the students, why you are like this? Initial first or second class, why you are drowsy or sleepy in the class? They didn't answer. Even now, if I ask anybody, they don't answer. But after few classes, when they develop the rapport with me, okay. So then again I ask, please now you tell me what is making you to sleep in the class? It's very rampant now. Why? Then slowly one voice will be told. So I sleep late. How much late? I thought 11, 12. So no, 1:30. I stopped 1:30. Okay, he may be studying because new to medical college. Then slowly one more boy stood up. How much? So 2:30. Slowly one by I thought in a row I will ask. Started asking 12, 11, 2:30, 3:30. So you need an answer why they are sleeping. But still I was curious. Why they are sleeping? Then I asked, tell the reason. Hesitant initially. But I told, I will also be at office sometime because I watch lot of reels before sleeping. And all smile appear. Now see how many are smiling. Okay. Yes sir, that is the reason. But some students have told, no, we won't watch reels. Then what? Instagram. 95% of students, they use Instagram, which I won't use. I use YouTube or Facebook. There I said what I want, it will be showing. I will be doing like this. Okay, what is this? Scrolling. You know what is the interesting thing? Scrolling. How much scrolling do we do in a year? How much? How much? Any guess? 120 kilometers in a year. We do the scrolling. If you go on doing like this, 120 kilometers. I will reach my native place Hubli. Exactly 120 kilometers. Why so? So that is this thing. You know how many times we watch mobile? No, it's in
Aeroplane.
aeroplane mode. Okay. How many times? Any idea? Any idea you have? No. See, some are watching now. That is natural. 96 times per day. 96 times we watch our phone. Whether it is necessary or unnecessary, just it has become a habitual, and 96 times we watch. Okay. Now few more things. When I entered, I saw your college is very good, and congratulations to all of you. But when I entered here, everything is made up of AI. Here all the okay. I think I have to ask the organizers. They prepared these images to show how the gadgets have become demons. Okay, how they are destroying us. But on the contrary, AI played a game. See here, who is demon there? In all images, the AI has shown humans as the demons. See here? So this is what the dangerous future lies. Already it has started its work. It is showing humans as demons, not it itself. Okay, so lot of things are happening, but what humans have brought outside, the gadgets are being shown as demons. Okay, so be careful with AI. Next, see here. Observe that one. Sir, what you are doing? Okay. Any last point who is observing the same phone? Last point, please stand up. It's quite natural. I won't object for that. Last point, please stand up. Did you observe? Yeah. Now you see. What you saw? What you saw? Good, Mike there again. Hey, answer. What you saw?
Gulab Jamun.
Yes. You like it?
Yes, sir.
Why I have put that on? You know, I got too much. That's why I have put Gulab Jamun. See, if I ask 90% of people, they will tell Gulab Jamun only. Try to see other things. You can't see it. You will see Gulab Jamun only. Why? Attention. Focus. The brain is trained to see what you want. Already it wants happiness, not the other thing. Brain knows Karela or bitter gourd or agar, yeah. We don't like. Okay, but so brain is masking it. Brain likes other thing. You know, in the process of evolution, sweet is the rarest thing. Other day we were discussing with my friends. In childhood, okay, the friend people, definitely they can answer that one. Whenever festival used to come, sir, if you don't mind, so what was your thinking? Festivals are there 1 month, 2 months. You used to think about the festival
But I'm not into lot of.
Yeah, I will ask somebody. Sir, I think whenever festival used to come.
Sweets.
Yeah.
Sweets, special dishes.
Sweet.
And special dishes.
Special dishes. That time they used to cook sweets only during festivals. But you know why we were waiting for that? Not for the sake of sweet. It is after eating that sweet, in the brain one chemical used to release. That is dopamine. Okay. So that we used to wait for it months together. Now I take home 2-3 types of gulab jamun or some other sweets to home. I keep in front of my children. They won't open their mouth. Because why? Every day we are providing them that one. Now the sweet has stopped producing dopamine in them. So that's why they don't want it. Okay? So this one is a classical example how brain wants, and that for that neurotransmitter. Now here, one bad incident I would like to say here. See this? What is there? Traffic signal. We have come. Most of you who drive a vehicle, you might have come across this situation where signals change. Yes or no? Many of you. Two bikers are there, and one of my senior or classmate who was studying radiology in Hyderabad, his post graduation, he came across such a situation wherein signal turned from green to yellow. What we should do? What we should do? We should stop. He stopped. But behind one more person was coming with the speed. He didn't imagine he will stop. He crashed. And he died. My classmate. He died. He was studying. Leaving behind 6-month pregnant wife. This has happened. Okay. I will come to you about this slide later. How it is related to my topic. You may be thinking you are using mobile just like this. What? I will get attention is reduced. What afterwards attention will come. But longer term effects it is producing. Such entire country, South Korea, I think many are there followers. South Korean followers here.
BTS.
Yes or no?
BTS.
Yes. K-pop?
BTS.
Demon Slayer? Yes. Okay. Now, see here, what they are doing. I think you have read already about the population is drastically reducing in South Korea. Okay. This one you remember. So the South Korean females, especially, they are rejecting dating, marriages, even the childbirth. All these things they don't want. The population has gone down drastically there, and they are predicting it will go below 50% shortly. So you may be asking why.
Why?
All because of this. All these are affecting this. What I am showing here? The colored one. Colored one. CNS not started. Started. The genetics want this. By nature, everyone wants to be in this system. But for studying, no one wants to read this. But they want to enjoy, they want to pleasure, anger, all emotions are because of this system. What is this? The limbic system. So this is a limbic system. And you can see the different parts of limbic system. Mainly, Anterior cingulate cortex is my concern today's. And you can see there, cingulate cortex is there, amygdala is there, hippocampus is there, then parts of thalamus is there. So many things are there. All constitute limbic system, and they are related with your dopamine. What you are getting, dopamine, that is because of this one. How, what, we will go through this afterwards. Now coming to my topic, attention and cognition. A little bit we will try to know what is attention. Is sleeping, I think. Which hormone it is? Which induces sleep? Even you. Hey, please take the mic. Which hormone?
Melatonin.
Yeah, very good. Sit down. Clap for him, please. Now, what is your name? What's your name? Please give the mic. What's your name?
Harshit.
Huh?
Harshit.
Harshit. Now, will you sleep?
No, sir.
Why? Now, what you will do? What you will do? If he doesn't want also, he will do this one. His attention will be given here. Okay. So why I will tell you that one also later. Attention is, so it is a focus or concentration on particular object. Now his particular object is, no, again I will ask him, I will make him stand up. His attention is that one. Okay. Sit down, sit down. Okay, so attention on an object or an idea. Now I am sitting, suddenly something comes to my mind. I will give attention inside. The attention is inside. Now all of you, most of you, except that one more boy with specs. So he is on mobile, which is quite natural, no problem. He doesn't want to go into nomophobia. Okay. So attention is where most of your attention now on me. Yes or no? Yeah, okay. So because quite an interesting topic we are discussing, that which we want always. What we want always? Dopamine. Okay, so dopamine we want. I will tell you what it does afterwards. So what are the characteristics of attention? Attention will be very selective. That jamun and Karela. Which one you gave attention?
Karela.
Jamun. Most of you. Okay. So that selective attention is selective. Some things it will give attention, some things it will mask. Definitely, I tried 10 times that video. Even if I wanted to see the Karela or Bhagirkai, I was unable. Somehow my brain is masking that one. Okay? So brain is very selective because it knows if I go to Jamun, I will get dopamine. If I go to Agrikai, nothing will happen. Okay? So aversion will be there. Next, shifting. Attentions are shifting. I started to take this CME talk, then I got a phone call. Oh, I forgot to check my phone. Right. So distractions. Okay. So attention was shifting. Now and then. It appears very simple for you people when you shift the attention from one point to other. But for brain it is very difficult. You are seeing the reels one by one. You are thinking just I am scrolling. But at the brain level they have done functional MRI and all. They have observed the brain struggles a lot to shift from one focus to another, one attention to another highly energy consuming process it is, shifting of attention. Then focus. Attention means I should be focused. Otherwise, what will happen? You will lose attention. And preparedness. If you are prepared, suddenly if I start talking in Iran, that war is happening, in Pakistan, that war is happening, in Pakistan, will you listen? No. Now you are listening this topic. Why? You have been told. What you have been told? Some button might request. I stage managed and it is really distracting my attention. Okay. See, you have been told already this year, this person is going to talk, so that is why you are more attentive. So prepared. People are in a state of prepared to be attentive. There are methods to around this thing. I think since time constraint is there, so I will skip some of the things. Now, attention external factors, stimuli are there, like shape and color. Jamun and Karwar. The jamun was how its shape, its color, its contrast, all those things attract and they create more attention. I think some loose connection is there.
No, sir. 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 Sir, it's okay, sir.
Okay. Maybe some loose connection.
Sir.
Types of attention are there. Voluntary attention, involuntary. Very interesting both are. Okay. Now, what you are giving to me is voluntary attention. Right. You were seeing me. Suddenly it went off. All of you saw the screen. That was involuntary attention. Suddenly someone makes some bottle falls in the room. All of you see it. Suddenly some flash of light comes. All of you see. That is involuntary attention. Okay. So nobody can prevent you from giving involuntary attention. Can anybody answer why? It is not under our control. Especially moving objects. Even if you want, you cannot hold your this thing. You will see that moving object. Why? Threat perception. Genetically it has come. Loud sound nearby you. Flash of light. A moving object. Predators, animals, they perceive it as a predator. So, involuntary attention. Some implicit volitional attention. Explicit volitional attention. So here explicit volitional attention during preparatory exams. Now you have a second internal shortly. So what is your state of mind? You want to read. I think some are reading already. See, he is scratching his head and he is reading. Yes? Yeah, second row. You only. Okay. So that will be there. Now another 15 days, 20 days exam is there. You have to read. It needs long-term concentration, attention, all those things are needed and with lot of effort, lot of energy consumption, this attention is achieved. And with very useful long-term memory also happens here. Involuntary attention, already I told, a sound, a light or anything, will and moving objects. So attention should be there, survival question. For you are thinking attention is to listen my class. No, the attention is mainly to protect oneself. See the animals on Animal Planet or any these things. What is their concern always? One day my brother-in-law was telling he's a birder. He tells, see the life of birds. Always they live under threat. Then I asked why? They are free, they are staying up. No, they have been highest hunted. I saw my cat in my neighborhood. Every day one or two birds it catches and eats. Okay? So all animals, cat which is eating two birds, it is always under threat of dogs. And dogs always under the threat of us, except their owners. Okay, so like this, all animals, including us, the attention, I will say it is meant to protect us and also to acquire knowledge, acquire information, all those things. Now coming to cognizance. Okay, so what is cognition? This even I use the AI to generate this. See how beautifully it developed this image. No doubt I worked on this. You can see here a book is there. You are reading what is cognition to get to know. It is an Italian word. Okay. How you will know? You will read a book. You will add your thoughts also. All those things you will do. But lot of information. You read 20 pages. Do you remember all those things? And all parents concerned about their children. My son reads so much, my daughter reads so much, she can't remember. Natural. Why? The funneling system is there. So you can see that the information is funneled. Only what is essential, that information is retained and the remaining is cut down. Who does this one? In coordination with limbic system, prefrontal cortex that funnels. The beautiful word is given, salination. Salination, salient points. You are no. So what are important? Those things will be taken, other things will be cut down. So that process is done by anterior prefrontal cortex in coordination with limbic system, especially anterior cingulate cortex. So and this memory goes either to the cortex or to the hippocampus, amygdala, wherever it is needed, that data goes. These are some of the brain scans who use mobile a lot. You can see a lot of red things, a lot of blood circulation in those areas. So, in the longer run, it has shown the damages. Okay. So we'll see what mobile use. Some of the facts already I told. Nomophobia, I still, many are there in nomophobia. I am there. But still I watched it twice. Okay. One study they did. They kept asked the person to switch off and kept. And they observed the distraction is not reduced to the much extent. Why? Because phone was there only, you observed not twice I went and saw. But one more experiment they did, they switched off, kept it in some other room. Definitely it had a good results. Okay? So being out of sight is also important. Now I have created nomophobia partially. But when you forget your phone in the house and come, then you will see the effect. All this started in 2007. Till that, no, these multimedia gadgets were not blamed so much. What happened in 2007? Right, you are right, friend. iPhone released its first phone, touch screen phone. iPhone released first phone. But till for few months, not much problem was there. But in 2008, a scientist called Small, he gave a warning: it is damaging the brain. These are the effects on different parts of the brain. So there is who use lot of gadgets, who see a lot of reels and all. Over a period they observed there is hippocampal shrinkage. Some parts of the brain matter is degenerating, orbitofrontal changes, and these people have low esteem, then parahippocampal changes, then rising dementia risks. Even once I called my wife, I am not getting my mobile phone. It happened. Then she asked, how you are called? I didn't tell anybody, today only I am telling her. She is also watching now this one. Coming to the main point, anterior cingulate guidance. See, in future, if you scroll, one thing comes to your mind, ACC. I think Shailesh told cement company. Okay, not cement, anterior cingulate cortex, part of limbic system. What it does? Attention regulation, my topic. What you people are doing now, it is because of anterior cingulate cortex. This not alone. There are lot of circulatory system are there. I am making it easy, but definitely the main role is played by anterior cingulate gyrus. Error detection, the second function. Error detection. Can anybody tell now? I showed this example. Error detection. I don't know, we lost our classmate in Hyderabad. What he did, he was going in a traffic signal, suddenly green to yellow, which we have everyone has faced, whether I should stop or move. Okay, so he stopped, but the previous behind him, he thought he will go and he hit him. Now who is doing this? Whether I should move or whether I should stay? Who will do this one? Anterior, ACC. Remember, ACC, which is error correction. Okay, so it will decide. One more function is there, conflict management. Okay, so both is error correction, conflict management. Both functions are being done by anterior cingulate gyrus. This you see commonly in our Hollywood movies. What? Climax. Most of the Bond movies and all. At the end, a nuclear bomb is there. 2 wires are there. I don't know how many wires, but they will show 2 wires. Red and green. Which one I should cut? And always 9 seconds. The time left is 9 seconds. And 2 seconds you will cut. Again, they are releasing your dopamine there. Okay, the wire is cut. Who is doing that one? Again, ACC. So ACC is very important. Why I am talking about ACC? Because the functional MRI what they did in mobile users, I don't know if they scan mine also, I may get same result. 10 to 12% reduction in the ACC cortex. 10 to 12% reduction in cortex is happening who use multimedia, chronically who use these medias. Okay, so that may be there. It does emotional regulation. One scroll, two scroll, that happiness what you are getting. I see when somebody is watching you silently observe, they do this time. Then again one or two, again they will be that happiness. Dopamine is released each time. That will be happening with all of us who are using this. So all important functions it is doing ACC. So that's why it is important. Why I am explaining this one? Because it is the main conflict in our this thing. What is ACC function? It is a bridge between whom? The oldest part of the brain, which is that limbic system and the prefrontal cortex. It is the bridge between prefrontal cortex, as Dr. Ravindra told, the most of cognition, thought process, mind, where it is happening. I have seen during my childhood, if I hit here, no, somebody, they used to tell, don't hit here. Anywhere you can hit, but don't hit here. Why? Because the mind is here. The thinking process, cognition, everything is happening in prefrontal cortex. And whatever we do, why we are doing everything? Because of limbic system. Why limbic system? This you have seen, no? The limbic system, very important parts it has got. Cingulate gyrus, hippocampus, amygdala, medullary body. So many things are there. What it does? Some functions we will see. Ancient functions, instinctive behavior. I told you, oldest part of the brain. Animals, what they want? What they want, animals? Food, water, species continuation, reproduction. All this. Who is doing that one? Instinctive behavior. Next comes the maternal behavior. What is this maternal behavior? Mother, she wants to conceive. I have seen a couples, not now 10 years, 15 years back, they went into depression, even they committed suicide. If they didn't have child for 10 years, 15 years, they waited. Now things have changed. That maternal behavior, why they don't want to have children? That is because of maternal behavior. Who is insisting? That is because of our limbic system. It wants. Maternal behavior means conceiving, taking care of offspring so that his or her species should continue. That is the basic thing. Then comes pleasure, pain, then autonomic nervous system management, all these things. But presently, like the third, fourth slide I showed you, what is that? South Korea. What has happened?
Women protesting.
No, females. Okay, they now, not I am generalizing, based on the facts, what I have read and from the news and media, and even the government announced, people should go for childbirth, which they were denying. The basic motherhood, paternalhood, all are being rejected. They don't want to go through all these processes. Why it has happened? Because the function of an ACC, one of the function of ACC is motherhood and paternity, which is being affected here, which is telling the prefrontal cortex or limbic system coordinating, it is being damaged by overusing. Okay, so that is why the functions have changed. Okay, now the motivation is also done by this one. Do you think present world motivation is needed? He is sleeping. Are you stand up? Motivation is needed for you? No. See, answer is very correct. You can ask any number. motivation is needed for you. If I ask many students, they will tell no. Shall I ask one more? You can ask in your class. Sit down. Motivation is not needed. Why? Why I studied MBBS? Why I studied MD? Why I am working now also. Okay, one day I could leave late. I was so much worried. The dean may take action on me because I didn't inform. Then I informed him. Okay. So why that worry is in me? Why not in you people? You are next generation. You have everything for us. I told no. Festival comes, our happiness lies to eating one sweet. Ask your parents. That was the economic status for that time culture. Presently, everybody has everything. You have everything. So there is no motivation. Motivation is getting reduced. Okay. For that, again on ad they come these mobiles. What they are doing? Who is the motivation center? Not center, which is helping it. ACC anterior cingulate cortex. Memory consolidation. Yesterday, my son, Dr. Shedai met my son. He told, you are born in 2014, your name is Panush, and his date of birth also he told. So we appreciate, we tell them, wherever I go, I tell Dr. Shedai. He remembers all entire 150 batch students' name with their roll number. Even if I ask, he will tell my roll number, my name. That was the memory we used to, not me, but many, some of like Shedai, all cannot be Shedai, but many used to remember. I used to remember at least 5-10 mobile numbers. Excuse me, you. How many mobile numbers you remember? How many? 5? Can you tell them? Can you tell them? All 5 numbers? Okay, good, 5 numbers. Okay, but it is reduced. Why? Again, memory consolidation, where it is happening? Hippocampus. Who is affecting? The dopamine system. Everything is getting affected. Initially, you just saw by seeing mobile what I am doing, scrolling. But it will end the civilization. I think Dr. Shivkumar, we were talking one day how the species will end up. Sapiens, how many of you have read? Yavan Mora, a book is there, no? Sapiens. He mentions any animal in a herd, the maximum attainable number is 150. They have done an experiment. Above 150, they will get raised, they start fighting internally, they start working, and their generation goes down. I think now it is happening here also in human. Everywhere war is happening. One or the other things are happening. Why? We have reached the limit of population. 8.5 billion population. Now we have everything. The same experiment they did with guinea pig and rats. They observed, they provided food, chocolate, whatever they want. But after once their colony surpassed one population, they fighted, they died. Extinction. So may we see, the biggest threat what I am feeling is maternal and paternal behavior is vanishing. That will end the civilization. See, not civilization means species. Maybe, I don't know, I am too early, but definitely population is going down in some of the advanced countries. Now coming to this one, most interesting part for which we were waiting, the dopamine system. Okay, where it released. Sir, if you don't mind, shall I ask a question? Sir, for you, in your school, you are the eldest, I think, here. In your school time, what you used to wait? Wait for the happiness. Waiting. Why?
Oh, that's quite interesting, sir. I will tell you. Childhood. The things
cool,
are different. Yes, I will tell you. See, like you said, dopamine, sweets and all, our customs, festivals only you get sweet, you said. Not every day. No? It was not available. And see, for example, one nice dish in festival, you talk about, see, I am basically non-vegetarian.
Yeah.
We like chicken.
Yeah.
We don't take chicken every day.
Yeah.
Only on festival days, so now it's available every day. That time it was available only festival day.
Yeah.
And then they cook. That time with the smell itself, 2 hours before it will just... And the pack starts, yes, that's how it is. Now every day get chicken, you don't feel like eating.
Why did you go to school?
No, in school also.
Yeah.
School also, we had that maybe midday meal was there. And around 12:45 and around 12 o'clock we used to turn that side.
At the end of the year, what you used to?
I didn't get.
After completing 1 year of study, the result, you were waiting.
Okay. You were waiting, yeah.
So once the result comes,
Vacation,
and that result, if you have scored distinction or what happiness it used to give. Yeah, that used to release dopamine. This one present generation.
No, it's not there.
Not there? Yeah, but many people.
The same thing, anything unexpected happens, you get that.
I am telling you people, that time, very rarely dopamine used to release.
Yes.
For example,
Yes.
you participate in running and you become first, second, third. What happiness you used to get, dopamine used to release. Now what has happened? With the scroll, every movement, the Muriappa sir was telling, the attention span was previously more than an hour. Now see, he got distracted. No, it has come to how much seconds? They are telling they are less than goldfish seconds. What is goldfish, sir? 27 seconds. 40 minutes in 40. You know how much on an average we are using mobile per day? See, if I ask sir, this all stages are there. Different answers. I did research. You know, I asked those students who were sleeping in the class, entire class I asked 150. I asked them to show their average screen time. You know, I think Shilpa madam was there that time in Gulbarga. Average screen time. You know, I thought 1 hour, 2 hours. One girl slowly told, sir, mine is 5 hours. One more, 10 hours. You know, highest 14 hours. Then I asked, what you do? Sleeping. Other than that, the phone will be up. Everyone was talking, see, corrected. YouTube studies also I am watching that. Compensated. Okay, so that happened. I will tell you world average 6 to 7 hours per day. Average, entire world. You know, we are in an epidemic. Silent epidemic is happening, affecting 6 billion people. Out of 8.5 billion, 6 billion people. That is this mobile usage. We can't without phone. If I ask anyone, please, we appear very studious. Our next point, are you okay? Can you be without phone? No. Ask anyone. Without phone, very tough. Why? They want what? Dopamine. Previous generation, okay. Sir, from you, our time came, so this pizza, burger started. When we used to go that time, so that also dopamine. Now, the mobiles continuously there. What it does? This is the dopamine pathway. Okay. ventral tegmental area. Okay, so that area is there. So we call it as a engine of dopamine. Dopamine pathway is there. So remember amygdala, then nucleus accumbens. All of you will be knowing nucleus accumbens, prefrontal cortex, and the anterior ACC. Okay, anterior cingulate cortex. There is a complicated coordination is there. For example, when you see a mobile, when I see and when I see the reels, what will happen? What is going inside my brain? Two things are going. One is visual impulse, another one auditory impulse. Visual will go to visual cortex, auditory will go to auditory cortex. Two separate things, but they are combined. And they are sent to where? Prefrontal cortex. Cognition. The brain wants to know what information it is. Is it good? Will it release dopamine or no? Or is it useful for future? I should memorize it or no? Then it will contact the limbic system. When you will remember anything? When you will remember anything? More memory is associated with what? We'll ask that person. You. Ask, stand up. When you will remember more? If you read or something, tell the situation. See if it is the thing, information is attached with emotions. You will remember. Some things you will remember lifelong. Some things you will remember what? Short period. Yes or no? So that is limbic system has got a role in memorization because part of it is hippocampus. So that is there. So dopamine is required each and every step. Now that information it sends I told you from auditory vision it went to occipital parietal area, from there it went to prefrontal cortex, then some internal discussion happens with prefrontal cortex and limbic system. Who is coordinating this? Bridging? ACC, anterior cingulate cortex. From there, prefrontal cortex, information goes to midbrain. Remember, I am telling you where it goes. Okay? So there, ventral tegmental area, dopaminergic neurons are there. So dopamine releases. Where it will go? Again, it goes to prefrontal cortex. See the pathway. It goes to prefrontal cortex. Some amount will go to amygdala. Some goes to nucleus accumbens. This is the final decider. It will end. Okay, I am satisfied. Will end here. Who tells? Nucleus accumbens will tell that one. So this is a pathway for that this hormone is released. Now when you want scrolling hundreds of reels, what do you see? I want one volunteer. The person who is watching reels. Last, please come. Come. Nothing will happen. Come. See, I also watch reels. Just now I watch. Please come. Come fast. What's your name? Well, please tell him more. What? Okay. Last one. I think my dopamine exhausted me. I am in cognitive fatigue. Sir is also telling time. Okay. So I forgot the side effect of mobile use. Thank you. Okay, it needs a lot of time. Now you remember damage where ACC cement and Chennai Road, ACC cement area stimulate cortex 10 to 12% reduction in cortical size, neuronal damage takes place. But one study tells, we don't know whether particular damage is making those people to watch. Watching the mobile has damage, but most studies have found out definitely neuronal degeneration takes place due to overproduction of dopamine. So dopamine, as much as good, it has a side effects. So if it was only for pleasure and all, I would have told no watch. But it is going to end our species itself, maternal, paternal, many things it is going to affect. So better we should avoid. So that attention fragmentation. So all these cognitive fatigue, already I have covered all these things. Prevalence is very high. How to recover from all these things? Our next speaker, he will tell about these things. Takeaways. Okay. So scrolling we should avoid. Multitasking is not good. We think I was very happy by doing multitasking. I have become very advanced. But later on I came to know it damages my brain. So avoid multitasking. Humans are not produced to do multitasking. Okay. So how to overcome? You do yoga. Sir will tell about that. Meditation. Shivagi sir. Then walking. I have experienced this by doing walking. Definitely it has helped me. And go to library. A very tough job. Thank you.
Thank you for the very presentation with the realistic real life examples. And I believe all of you are impressed with those examples and considering your real life situation. And thank you, sir, also.
Thank you.
Session is open for questions. Thank you, Naveen sir, for giving a very interactive and interesting session. And address to students, please don't be phonophobic and take care of your ACC. What is ACC?
Anterior.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you for your insightful session, sir. And I also extend my heartfelt gratitude to the chairpersons for their presence. I request Dr. Prasad sir to present memento to the speaker as a government resolution.
Camera.
I also request Dr. Shilpa ma'am to present memento to the chairpersons to express their gratitude.
We shall now pause for a lunch.